Let us now examine Konrad Curze, a dark mirror of both Sanguinius and Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Night Lords, whose twisted and cruel idea of justice and order can be seen reflected later in the actions of the Adeptus Arbites and Officio Assassinorum, whose attempts to loyally serve the Emperor gained him condemnation by his brothers, only to have his methods used by the Imperium later in a startling display of hypocrisy. Konrad Curze, the Night Haunter, is maybe the most or the second most complex, tragic figure among the Primarchs. His life and actions are a dark reflection on the ideals of justice, order, and loyalty, twisted by his traumatic upbringing and the brutal realities of the galaxy. By examining his character, we can better understand the contradictions and hypocrisies inherent in the Imperium of Warhammer 40,000 itself. Let's start with a nice little overview and then get into it. Early life, Nostromo, and the seeds of darkness. Konrad Curze's upbringing on Nostromo, a world of corruption, despair, and endless night, shaped his worldview in fundamental ways. Nostromo was a planet dominated by crime and anarchy, with a ruling elite preying on the weak. Curze grew up alone, surviving in the shadows and developing his brutal sense of justice by hunting down and executing criminals in horrifying ways. Let us compare him to Corax and Sanguinius. We'll go over this in more detail later. Like Corax, Curze rose from the depths of societal collapse to bring order. But where Corax used hope and liberation, Curze wielded fear and terror. Like Sanguinius, Curze was seen as a savior by his people, but Curze's salvation was imposed through violence and oppression rather than inspiration. Curze's early actions brought peace to Nostromo, but it was the negative peace, which is the absence of conflict. It was a fragile, fear-based order. His belief in justice became inextricably tied to cruelty, a pattern that would define his relationship with the Emperor and with his brothers. Curze's service to the Emperor was a dark vision of justice. Curze genuinely sought to serve the Emperor and bring order to the galaxy, but his methods clashed violently with the ideals of his more naive brothers, perhaps, but also the ideals of the Emperor. The Night Lords became instruments of terror, using fear and psychological warfare to force compliance. Entire populations were cowed into submission through mass executions, mutilations, and displays of horror. Primarchs like Gillian and especially Dorn found Curze's methods abhorrent, accusing him of dishonoring the Emperor's vision. Ironically, Curze's tactics, while extreme, were undeniably effective, at least in the short term, and so they were later echoed in the brutal practices of the Adeptus Arbites and the Officio Assassinorum, becoming official Imperium strategy and doctrine. Konrad Curze had visions of doom, like Sanguinius, kind of. Curze's precognitive abilities were a source of both torment and alienation. He foresaw the Emperor's eventual betrayal of him, killing him with an assassin, and humanity's descent into darkness. There's some knowledge in the canon that he saw Horus turning evil also. His visions made him increasingly paranoid, driving a wedge between himself and his brother Primarchs. Curze's methods and the condemnation he faced from the Emperor and his brothers exposed the deep hypocrisies within the Imperium. While Curze was censured for his brutality, the Imperium has continued to use similar methods, using terror as a tool for 10,000 years. The Adeptus Arbites enforce law through fear and overwhelming violence. The Officio Assassinorum employs targeted killings and psychological terror to maintain the emperor's rule. The exterminatus doctrine embodies the same ruthless calculus Curze practice, sacrificing billions on one planet to ensure compliance on another. Curze's tragedy lies in the realization that the Imperium itself would adopt his methods while condemning him for employing those methods. Curze's relationship with his brothers was defined by their mistrust and disdain of him. Guilliman and Dorn, especially, representing order and structure, found Curze's methods monstrous. Their disdain alienated him further, when what he needed was connection. Sanguinius and Corax both shared elements of Curze's character, but their ideals clashed. Sanguinius embodied hope and redemption, qualities Curze found unattainable in himself and therefore unimaginable in anyone else. Corax shared much of the Night Lord's combat doctrine, the connection to shadows, but wielded them for liberation, not oppression. Curze saw himself as a loyal servant of the Emperor, even as he became increasingly disillusioned. His eventual turn to chaos was less an act of betrayal and more a surrender to despair. Konrad Curze's later legacy can be seen in a few different institutions. First, obviously, the Night Lords Legion of Chaos Space Marines. The Night Lords reflect Curze's philosophy, continuing his legacy of terror. After his death, they became renegades, a number of small war bands, embodying his nihilism and cruelty. Their actions serve as a grim reminder of the Imperium's darker side. The impact on the Imperium in the long term. Curze's story highlights the contradictions within the Imperium. His methods, while condemned at the time, became institutionalized, formalized. They became official doctrine within the Adeptus Arbites and the Officio Assassinorum. His nihilistic view of humanity's future proved disturbingly accurate. We're going to take part in a number of counterfactual scenarios. What if Curze had been raised elsewhere? A more stable or nurturing environment might have tempered his brutality, and just about anywhere would be more stable and nurturing. If he had been raised on a world similar to Macragge, he might have developed a more balanced sense of justice. Firm, but not cruel. What if the Night Lords had a liaison from the Adeptus Custodes? A custodian could have provided guidance and a moral compass, potentially mitigating Curze's excesses. However, Curze's visions and paranoia might have led him to reject such oversight. In summary, Konrad Curze's story is a cautionary tale about the dangers of absolutism and the moral compromises inherent in the exercise of power. He is both victim and perpetrator, a figure who sought justice but became its antithesis. His legacy forces us to confront the uncomfortable truths about the Imperium's hypocrisy, its reliance on fear and violence to maintain order. Let us now do a deeper analysis for several different portions of Curze and his legion. First, his early life. We have examined already how the limitations of one's culture and station are able to circumscribe the opportunities even of a being so powerful as a Primarch within the context of human society. Notably, comparing the group of the oppressed and alone, Angron, Corax, and Curze, with the group of the more civilized Guilliman, Dorn, and Perturabo. Perhaps, though, that may not be the only comparison worth making. How does the early life of Konrad Curze, before his first interactions with humans, compare with that of Lionel Johnson before his first interactions with humans? Their early lives present really interesting, fascinating parallels and contrasts that highlight the role of environment, isolation, and their innate nature in shaping their characters and personalities. Both of them were isolated and forced to live on hostile worlds, but the different nature of why the worlds were hostile, the differences in their experiences and their responses to those environments, shaped their subsequent paths in markedly different ways. Why was Nostromo such a hostile environment for Curze to grow up in? Nostromo was a dark, polluted world because of its adamantium mining, dominated by crime and corruption. The nightmarish conditions extended to all aspects of life, fostering despair and moral decay. Curze was entirely alone from birth, receiving no nurturing or companionship. He did not have parents, not even non-human parents like Russ. His formative years were spent in total isolation, surviving through raw instinct in the dark alleys of the cities. As a child, Curze faced an urban hellscape, learning to survive in a world devoid of kindness or structure. His precognitive visions added an element of constant psychological torment that he had no context for figuring out. Curze's actions were reactive, shaped by the violence and corruption around him. He developed his twisted sense of justice in response to Nostromo's horrors, becoming a predator who preyed on the wicked, a vaguely Punisher-esque character. Meanwhile, Lionel Johnson on Caliban, that was a death world. It was filled with monstrous predators who stalked the dense forests. It was a savage but natural environment, where survival depended on physical prowess and cunning. Like Curze, the lion was alone from birth, growing up without guidance or nurturing or parents. However, his isolation was in a natural wilderness with unnatural beasts, rather than an urban dystopia with human monsters. The lion faced constant danger from the creatures of Caliban, honing his skills as a secretive creature, surviving through hiding, and later developing skills as a warrior. His environment was brutal, but lacked the moral corruption that defined Nostromo. The lion's actions were proactive, at least in comparison, driven by his innate strength and adaptability. He ended up imposing order on chaos, becoming the master of his environment. Their responses to their isolation were different. Curze's early years were marked by a visceral, instinctive response to his environment. He lashed out against perceived threats and injustices without a broader plan or philosophy. His precognitive visions of doom made him deeply paranoid and fatalistic. Fear and despair drove his sense of justice, which was built on terror rather than hope. Curze developed a warped sense of morality, seeing himself as a necessary evil to cleanse what he saw as corruption. However, his actions were often disproportionate and brutal, reflecting the moral decay of Nostromo. In comparison, the lion's response to isolation was calculated and deliberate. He learned to navigate Caliban's dangers with precision, starting to master his environment even before being found by humans, rather than merely surviving it. Despite his isolation, the natural order of Caliban instilled in him a respect for hierarchy and structure. He sought to impose discipline and control over chaos, and wanted to become the master over all the forest. The lion's morality was pragmatic, expedient, centered on order. He saw the wilderness as something to be tamed, and his approach to problems was methodical and decisive, a carefully crafted use of violence. The first interaction of Konrad Curze with humanity is ill-defined in canon, but it is generally agreed that his first interactions with humans were violent and terrifying. He saw someone doing something bad, and he imposed his own instinctive sense on justice on Nostramo's criminals with extreme brutality, becoming a figure of fear rather than hope. His methods alienated him from those he sought to protect, reinforcing his isolation and sense of being an outsider. Curze saw himself as a necessary force of justice, but his inability to connect with others emotionally left him embittered and paranoid. The Lion's first interactions with humans on Caliban are more well-defined in canon and marked by mutual respect. He was found by the Order, one of the groups of knights of Caliban, and so he united the groups of Caliban under his banner, earning their loyalty and admiration. Unlike Curze, Lionel Johnson integrated into human society with relative ease, becoming a leader and a symbol of hope. The Lion saw himself as a guardian and a ruler, shaping Caliban into a bastion of order and discipline. Curze's environment was a microcosm of the worst aspects of humanity, while the Lion's environment was a natural wilderness. This difference fundamentally shaped how their worldviews developed. Curze saw humanity as inherently corrupt and deserving of punishment. The Lion saw the disorder around him as something that could be mastered and controlled. Both Primarchs were profoundly shaped by their isolation. But while the Lion used his isolation to hone his skills and impose order, Curze became a victim of his environment's moral decay. Curze developed a morality rooted in fear and retribution, seeing himself as an executioner. The Lion's morality was utilitarian, centered on discipline and control for the betterment of mankind. And so we see implications for their later actions and practices. Konrad Curze's early life instilled in him a sense of fatalism and paranoia, making him deeply distrustful of his brothers and the emperor. His methods of fear and terror were a direct extension of his formative experiences on Nostramo. The alienation and moral corruption of his early life left him vulnerable to chaos influence and despair. The Lion's early life shaped him into a methodical and disciplined leader of men, focused on control and mastery of his world. His respect for hierarchy and structure made him a loyal servant of the emperor, but his distant personality sometimes led to cold, detached decisions. His ability to integrate into human society allowed him to form strong alliances, unlike Curze, who remained isolated. By comparing Konrad Curze and Lionel Johnson, we can thus see a profound impact of their environment and early experiences on their Primarchs. While both were shaped by isolation and hostility, their responses diverged dramatically due to the nature of their respective worlds. Primarch Curze became a figure of fear and retribution, while Primarch Lion emerged as a symbol of order and discipline. These differences set the stage for their later actions and relationships with the Emperor and with their brothers, offering a stark contrast between these two Primarchs who had been forged in darkness. But did Curze's actions or outlook change or evolve in any significant way between his first interactions with humans and his eventual meeting with the Emperor? It seems like he went from a lone predator going after small prey to a lone predator going after big game to declaring himself ruler and maintaining essentially the same role he had when he had been more secretive. I feel that if we look closely, Konrad Curze's actions and outlook did change and evolve in significant ways between his initial interactions with humans and his eventual meeting with the Emperor. But this was more of a deepening and escalation of his core characteristics rather than a fundamental transformation. His growth was shaped by increasing self-awareness of his role, the scale of his actions, and his relationship to power and what he thought was justice. The lone predator years. In his first interactions with humanity on Nostromo, Curze acted as a shadowy predator figure, targeting small-time criminals, murderers, some corrupt figures. His actions were reactive and focused on immediate threats to what he perceived as justice. At this stage, his actions were localized and personal. He operated in secret, striking from the shadows and avoiding open confrontation. His sense of justice was primal and instinctual, driven by the harm that he saw done to innocents around him and by his precognitive visions to make a desire to impose order on the disorder around him. However, his morality was already absolute, with no room for redemption or nuance. When he began expanding his reach, he had an escalation of targets. Over time, Curze began targeting larger criminal enterprises, corrupt officials, and the ruling elite of Nostromo Quintus. His scope widened from individual acts of justice to systemic reform through terror. As his targets became more prominent, his methods grew more theatrical and symbolic. He embraced the role of a fearsome enforcer, using public displays of violence to send a message. During this period, Curze began to see himself not just as a punisher, but as a force of nature, an instrument of justice sent to cleanse his world. He internalized his visions as a divine mandate, reinforcing his sense of isolation and self-justification. Konrad Curze was perhaps the most self-righteous of the Primarchs. When Curze declared himself ruler of Nostromo, he became its judge and executioner. He shifted from a lone predator to a solitary dictator. He dismantled the existing power structures through fear, bringing about a twisted form of order. As ruler, Curze continued his role as executioner, but now on a grander scale. His justice was indiscriminate and brutal, targeting anyone who disrupted the fragile order he had imposed. But unlike other Primarchs, who relied on advisors or institutions or shared power, Curze retained sole authority. He distrusted others, viewing them as corrupt or weak, and saw himself as the only one capable of maintaining justice. When the Emperor arrived, Curze saw him as the ultimate authority, the embodiment of the order he sought to oppose. But he foresaw the hypocrisy which would come. The Emperor's recognition validated Curze's actions in his own mind and reinforced his belief in his role as a necessary force of fear and justice. However, Curze's methods, while effective on Nostromo, were incompatible with the broader vision of the Great Crusade. The Emperor's inability or unwillingness to embrace Curze's approach or try to mentor him to do any other approach created a rift. Curze's fragile psyche interpreted any criticism as rejection, deepening his paranoia and isolation. Before meeting the Emperor, Curze's focus was entirely on Nostromo. After their meeting, his ambitions broadened. He began to apply his philosophy to the wider galaxy, becoming a dark enforcer of the Imperium's will, during compliance campaigns. His sense of justice became more codified and extreme. He saw his actions as not just necessary, but inevitable, driven by his visions of the future and his belief in the emperor's purpose. The more he worked alongside his brothers and imperial institutions, the more he recognized the hypocrisy and flaws of the Imperium that the others seemed unwilling to grapple with. This disillusionment exacerbated his bitterness and drove him further into darkness. And yet there was a continuity in his role. While Curze's scope and scale of actions evolved, his core role as a predator enforcing justice through fear remained consistent. The key shifts were in the scale of his targets, from individuals up later to planets, and the context of his actions, from secretive individual strikes up to overt rulership, up to planetary assaults. His inability to trust others or adapt his methods to a larger scale ultimately isolated him, setting the stage for his tragic fall. Curze's journey from lone predator to ruler of Nostromo to leader of expeditionary fleets in the Great Crusade was marked by an intensification of his philosophy, rather than by a fundamental change. His character was shaped by his environment and his visions, both of which reinforced his fatalistic and uncompromising worldview. The seeds of his eventual rebellion were present from the beginning, rooted in his inability to reconcile his sense of justice with the Imperium's broader ideals and methods. Ideals which, of course, were frequently and hypocritically betrayed by the Imperium's methods. Wait a minute. So in canon, Konrad Curze gained a knowledge of how human hierarchy and power structures worked, the human psychology of deterrence, and some sort of concept of right and wrong without a parental figure or family, all while maintaining a paranoid unwillingness to form any human attachments or relationships. That's amazing. It speaks volumes about the nature of Konrad Curze as a Primarch and the grim paradox of his existence. His incredible power and innate potential left to fall into darkness by a lack of support. Primarchs were created with innate abilities and knowledge. Even without formal education or guidance, Curze's mind would have been a repository of tactical and strategic brilliance, enhanced by a preternatural understanding of cause and effect. This allowed him to intuitively grasp the mechanics of power, hierarchy, and deterrence, even without experiencing them firsthand. His precognitive visions supplanted this understanding by showing him the consequences of actions before they happened, at least sometimes. Living in the shadows, childhood of Konrad Curze allowed him to observe human behavior in its rawest form. Nostromo was a world ruled by corruption and violence from the highest levels to the lowest. Curze would have seen how fear controlled people and how power was maintained through cruelty and exploitation. His personal experiences with the planet's lawlessness shaped his understanding of right and wrong. To him, right became synonymous with order and survival, while wrong was disorder and doing harm to innocents or the collective good. His earliest killings demonstrated his instinct for deterrence. By targeting the most visible symbols of corruption and violence, he manipulated the psychology of fear to impose order on a society that had abandoned morality. Curze's refusal to form attachments is both a strength and a tragedy. His isolation allowed him to remain unclouded by personal biases and emotional connections, and made it impossible for any confidants to turn on him when increasingly large bounties were put on his head. It made him ruthlessly effective at imposing his vision of justice, as he saw everyone as equally subject to his law. But without relationships to temper his worldview or challenge his extremes, he became increasingly consumed by his own paranoia and absolutism. His inability to trust others perpetuated his isolation, creating a vicious cycle that ultimately destroyed him. Despite his grim methods, Curze had a twisted but sincere moral compass. He never sought personal glory or comfort. Everything he did was in service to his vision of a just and orderly society. We can thus see a sense of self-sacrifice and self-denial. He believed his actions were for the greater good, even as they became increasingly monstrous. This conviction, combined with his isolation, made him impervious to external criticism. He was remarkably self-righteous, just like his father. His paranoia wasn't just a flaw, it was a defense mechanism. He believed attachment and trust would compromise his objectivity and make him vulnerable to manipulation or betrayal. All of the experience of Nostraman society means he was probably correct. Curze's ability to develop a complex understanding of human dynamics without a guiding figure highlights his unparalleled adaptability and intellect as a Primarch. It underscores the tragedy of his design, though. Yes, he had inborn genius, just like all his brothers. His precognitive abilities and innate brilliance gave him insights that others might need years of mentorship to acquire. And unlike other Primarchs who thrived under guidance or companionship or mentorship, Curze's isolation amplified his darker tendencies and denied him the moderating influence of others. The environment of Nostromo shaped his worldview, but his genius allowed him to go beyond mere survival, imposing a coherent, if brutal, philosophy of justice on a broken society. Konrad Curze's journey from a solitary hunter to Nostromo's ruler to a general in the Great Crusade demonstrates his extraordinary potential and the tragic flaws inherent in all the Primarchs. His ability to understand and manipulate human systems without mentorship is a testament to his brilliance, but the paranoia and isolation that came from his lack of mentorship ensured that his genius would always serve a dark and lonely purpose. This duality of unmatched potential and capability and unrelenting despair and lack of hope is what makes him one of the most compelling figures in the 40K universe. When Konrad Curze met the Emperor, there were several important interactions, at least initially. The Emperor and Curze, the Emperor and the population of Nostromo, the population of Nostromo and the imperial bureaucracy, which, let's note, was seemingly unprepared to take over from Curze. Let's take a look at some of these. The meeting between the Konrad Curze, the Emperor, and the people of Nostromo is the pivotal moment in the history of Nostromo and one of the most important in the history of the Night Lords. It's rich with thematic weight and dramatic tension. Let's examine some key interactions. The meeting between Konrad Curze and the Emperor was fraught with unspoken conflict and layered meaning. Unlike many other Primarchs, who revered or loved the Emperor immediately, Curze seemed to view him with both awe and suspicion. He acknowledged the emperor as his creator and superior, but remained deeply wary of his intentions. Curze's visions of his own doom and the Imperium's eventual corruption loomed over their interaction. His foreknowledge created an inherent distrust, as he saw the emperor as both savior and the architect of his downfall. The emperor, for his part, saw the potential and danger in Curze. He recognized Curze's brilliance and effectiveness, but he saw too much of himself in Curze. He was very uneasy about his brutal methods and uncompromising worldview. This meeting set the tone for their relationship, one of mutual respect, overshadowed by a lack of trust and understanding. All right, how about the emperor and the population of Nostramo? The emperor's arrival on Nostramo was a moment of immense significance for his people, perhaps the most in its history. They had a divine presence to these oppressed masses. The emperor was a godlike figure, bringing hope of salvation. This moment contrasted sharply with their fear of Curze, who ruled through terror. The emperor's arrival, his example, was a scathing critique of the planet's decay. His presence was a stark reminder of how far the planet had fallen and a condemnation of Nostramo's degeneracy. It was also an implicit judgment of Curze. By addressing Nostramo's failures by counterexample, the emperor indirectly judged Curze's methods, even while acknowledging their efficacy. This rebuke further strained the relationship between the emperor and Curze. The emperor's interaction with the populace was the potential for change, though the nature of that change was left ambiguous to the population and was ultimately unrealized. Meanwhile, the population of Nostramo and the imperial bureaucracy, this integration of Nostramo into the Imperium exposed significant flaws in the plans of the bureaucracy. The bureaucrats set to the task of governing Nostramo after Curze's departure were hideously ill-equipped to handle the planet's unique challenges. They lacked the firm hand, perhaps even the ruthlessness, or the moral clarity needed to impose order on such a corrupt society. They were just interested in getting adamantium exports. Without Curze's terrifying presence, Nostramo quickly began to backslide into his old ways, with back-alley crime rising all the way up to intense corruption in industry. The bureaucracy's inability to maintain control highlighted the Imperium's dependence on terrifying figures like Curze, despite their controversial methods. This failure underscored the fragility of the Imperium's governance and its reliance on fear and violence to enforce compliance. Nostramo's descent into chaos was a grim foreshadowing of both the broader collapse of the Horus Heresy and the later dictatorship. No, not true. They had a autocracy and police state of the next 10,000 years of the Imperium. These interactions all reveal several key insights into the characters and institutions involved. The emperor was quite flawed. His inability or unwillingness to address Curze's psychological struggles and the deeper moral questions of his methods reflected a recurring pattern of neglect and hubris. Meanwhile, Curze had tragedy. This moment marked the beginning of Curze's alienation from the Imperium. His recognition of the bureaucracy's inadequacy and the emperor's judgment reinforced his belief in his own doomed role as an instrument of brutal justice. This is why he did not want Nostraman recruits. But when they were forced upon him by the emperor, he knew that he was doomed. Meanwhile, the imperial bureaucracy's failure on Nostramo highlighted the hypocritic contradictions at the heart of the Imperium, its reliance on both moral ideals and brutal violence, often in direct conflict, but both necessary for the maintenance of order. This meeting of the Emperor, Konrad Curze, and the people of Nostramo encapsulates the tragic irony of the Night Lords. It illustrates how the Imperium's lofty ideals are often undermined by his own practices, both its positive actions and its negative inaction, and how Curze's uncompromising vision of justice, though horrifying, was born of necessity in a system riddled with hypocrisy. This moment also set the stage for the Night Lord's eventual fall, as it demonstrated how little support and understanding Curze could expect from the Imperium he sought to serve. The relationship between Konrad Curze and the Nostramo origin Marines of the Night Lords was simple. He didn't like them and he didn't trust them, but he had to use them because the Emperor said so. The relationship between Konrad Curze and the Terran origin Marines was complex, shaped by their cultural and philosophical differences, as well as Curze's unique and terrifying leadership style. The early period of their union offers insights into the Legion's character and its gradual transformation under its Primarch. There was some cultural dissonance. The Terran Night Lords had been shaped by the brutal wars of Terran unification and of the early Great Crusade. They were pragmatists. They were used to enforcing compliance through military action, but their actions were tempered by a practical understanding of imperial goals. Curze's arrival introduced an ideology that went far beyond pragmatism into almost a fear-based secular theology. This approach, this philosophy, was driven by an uncompromising vision of justice and retribution, rooted in his traumatic upbringing and prophetic visions. This stark contrast created immediate tension. Curze's ability to command fear, even among the transhumans of his own legion, left many of the Terran Marines unsettled. His methods were not simply brutal, they were theatrical, meant to send a message to all who observed them, including his own Marines. However, his effectiveness in securing compliance and his evident genius in asymmetric warfare earned him respect, even from those who found his methods distasteful. Curze's influence on the Legion, even before the influx of Nostraman recruits, reforged the Legion's identity. Before Curze, the Night Lords had been a functional, if grim, military force known for occasionally using fear as a weapon, just like every other military. Under Curze, fear became the raison d'etre of the Legion. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This shift was gradual but undeniable, as the Terran Marines were subsumed into Curze's larger vision. Curze introduced an ideological, philosophical framework to their brutality, emphasizing moral judgment and retribution. While some Terran Marines resisted this shift, others found it intoxicating and embraced it fully. Curze's paranoia and distrust extended even to his own Marines, especially the Terrans. He saw them as outsiders to his vision, a lingering remnant of the Imperium's more civilized ideals. This alienation grew as Curze began recruiting heavily from Nostramo at the Emperor's direction. The Nostraman recruits, who shared Curze's background and some of his worldview, aligned more closely with his philosophy that fear was the point, further sidelining the Terrans. The reactions of the Terran origin Night Lords Space Marines. Some Terran Marines adapted to Curze's leadership and embraced his vision. These individuals became instrumental in transitioning the Legion to its new identity, serving as intermediaries between the Primarch and their more skeptical brothers. Others resisted Curze's ideology, struggling with the moral implications of his methods. They viewed his vision correctly as being excessive and contrary to the ideals of the Emperor and the Great Crusade. This dissent generally did not manifest openly, as fear of Curze's wrath discouraged open rebellion. However, it contributed to an undercurrent of tension within the Legion. Fear, then, was both a tool and a barrier. While Curze's use of fear was undeniably effective in many situations, it created a barrier between him and the Terran Marines, preventing the kind of unity seen in other legions, and created a barrier between worlds brought into compliance and participation in the Imperial vision. This reliance on fear also highlighted the fragile nature of his leadership, which depended on intimidation rather than loyalty or shared purpose, both within the Night Lords and for conquered worlds. The cultural and philosophical divide between the Terrans and the Nostramans would later become a defining feature of the Night Lords. It foreshadowed the internal conflicts that would plague the Legion both during and after the heresy, when they devolved into groups of warbands. The strained relationship with the Terran Marines, and for that matter the Nostraman Marines, but for different reasons, underscored Curze's inability to form genuine connections, even with those ostensibly under his command. This isolation was both a symptom and a cause of his eventual descent into madness. The relationship between Konrad Curze and the Terran origin Marines of the Night Lords was one of uneasy mutual respect, undermined by deep cultural and philosophical differences. While Curze's brilliance and effectiveness earned him a grudging loyalty, his ideological rigidity and reliance on fear and brutal punishment alienated many of his Terran origin warriors. This early period of tension and transformation set the stage for the Night Lord's evolution into a fractured and ultimately doomed legion, reflecting the tragic trajectory of their Primarch himself. And now we come to the first of the Night Lord's great mistakes, the response of Curze and the Emperor to the introduction of Nostromo origin recruits to the Night Lords. Curze had only a brief mentorship, being trained by Fulgrim, and not a mentorship through the Emperor, and not nearly enough. We know from canon that the Night Lords started receiving recruits from Nostromo less than a decade after he left that world, so he cannot have been mentored for more than a few years. Let's look at some canon sources for information about the horrible people who became horrible recruits into the Night Lords Legion, then examine what the fuck happened. From Blood Reaver. "This is your fault," Dalcaris said. "Your madness has cost us every life taken this night." Uzas licked teeth made dark by bleeding gums. Dalcaris doubted the beast even understood his words. "Let's finish this." He set the teeth of his chain blade whirring again, chewing air. "Do not dishonor Third Claw by making me wait for my death." Syrian's laughter broke out, stripped raw by his vox speakers. "Dishonor," he wheezed the word through chuckles. "A moment, please." He disengaged the seals at his collar, removing his scarred helm and wiping his eyes on a deed parchment he tore from his armor. "Honor," he says, "as if it matters." These words from a warrior who was a murderer at 13 and a rapist 2 years later. Now he cares about honor. That's beautiful. From The Prince of Crows. Curze looked to the grey spires rising in every direction, and the frozen smog from the foundries and manufactorums veiling the spire tops in a haze of pollutant smoke. And see how my people rewarded me. I was gone only a handful of years before everything soured. My own homeworld poisoned my legion with recruits who were worthless as soldiers. Rapists, murderers, thieves, the scum, the dregs, the detritus. Civitar almost laughed. Sire, you are no different. The legion is disorderly and vile because it is cast in your image. No, Curze drenched the single syllable in regret. No, you don't understand. I've never claimed to be perfect, Civitar. But I became the sinner, the monster, the night haunter, so my people would never have to. And look at the result. Look at the recruits from Nostromo less than a decade after I departed. Look at the filth they sent me. Look at the disgusting dregs of humanity, my own apothecaries infused with my genetic material and reforged into transhumans. The eighth is poisoned, Sev. Generations of men who are murderers in my image yet devoid of my conviction. They are killers and abusers because they want to be, not because someone had to be. End quote. Now, we can note, Curze's condemnation of them is quite hypocritical of him, given some of his own actions and how he kind of enjoyed a bunch of them. He really is his father's son. There is some suggestion that Curze was ordered to take recruits from Nostromo by the Emperor, though it is also possible that he was merely informed by the Emperor and by Fulgrim that using one's homeworld for the primary source of recruits was the industry standard among the legions. Had he instead been informed of the practices of the legions, which recruited primarily from conquered worlds, perhaps the trajectory of the Night Lord's Legion would have been different. Anyway, after he left Nostromo, and Nostromo society backslid into its old ways, the only youths strong enough for induction into the Legion were those who had themselves become predators and criminals to survive and thrive. As soon as he met those recruits and knew them for who they were, Curze had the opportunity to imprison these Nostromo origin Marines. You don't want to just kill them. You got to let the gene seed mature so you can harvest it. Turn right around, go back to Nostromo, restore some semblance of order, and leave a contingent of Terran origin Marines to assist or supplant the Imperial bureaucracy. Nostromo needed transhumans in charge, willing to knock some heads around. Konrad Curze's decision to allow Nostromo to descend into chaos and then recruit its most predatory elements was one of his greatest missteps, with consequences that reverberated through the Night Lord's Legion and the Imperium at large. It is a defining example of how Curze's outlook and methods, shaped by his traumatic upbringing and isolation, undermined his potential to lead effectively. Let's examine this pivotal decision, or lack of a decision, and its implications. Okay, so, after leaving Nostromo, Curze chose to leave the planet in the hands of the Imperial bureaucracy, without oversight from his legion. The Imperium, unprepared for Nostromo's unique social dynamics, failed to maintain the order Curze had established, and failed to establish a new order. Nostromo quickly returned to its former state of lawlessness, corruption, and violent crime. When Nostromo origin recruits began joining the Legion, they reflected the worst aspects of this environment. Many were opportunistic predators who thrived on power and violence, embodying the chaos Curze had sought to purge from his home world. Upon recognizing the nature of these recruits, Curze had the chance to act decisively. Curze could have returned to Nostromo to reassert his rule, restoring the draconian order he had previously imposed, and which, while distasteful, did function, yet no single marine could equal a Primarch, but leaving a contingent of Night Lords on Nostramo as a garrison could have ensured sustained enforcement of his ideals, preventing a return to chaos. Curze could have restructured the recruitment process to identify individuals who aligned with his vision of justice, even if he had recruited from Nostramo, instead of merely seeking the strongest and best adapted to his gene seed. Emphasizing discipline and moral judgment would have strengthened the Legion's unity and purpose. Or he could have just rejected Nostramo as a recruitment base. If Curze found Nostramo origin recruits irredeemable, he could have abandoned the planet as a recruitment source entirely. The vast population of the Imperium and of the newly conquered worlds in the Great Crusade offered alternatives that might have aligned better with his vision. Why did Konrad Curze fail to act? Well, there's a bunch of reasons. Curze's distrust of imperial bureaucracy and his growing isolation, even at that early stage, made him reluctant to intervene. He saw Nostramo's failings as an inevitable outcome of humanity's flaws. Curze's paranoia and belief in his prophetic visions led him to accept Nostramo's backslide as unavoidable, both reinforcing and reinforced by his grim outlook on humanity, pushing him towards the idea that doing nothing was the only choice. And then, of course, though he didn't say so out loud, it did reinforce his methods to have these recruits. These predatory recruits, despite their many, many flaws, were effective at using Curze's own methods of fear and violence to enforce order. It's just that he needed to keep them on a short leash, so that's all they did. He saw them as tools to achieve his goals. Yes, very flawed tools who deviated from his legion's ethos, but useful tools nonetheless. The consequences were disastrous. It caused a fractured Legion identity. The influx of Nostramo origin recruits created a cultural and moral schism within the Night Lords. Many of the Terran origin Marines found them increasingly alienated as the Nostraman origin Marines made a larger and larger portion of the Legion, causing the Night Lords to descend into nihilism and petty cruelty for its own sake. Curze's original vision of justice and retribution was overshadowed by the recruits' selfish, violent tendencies. The Legion's focus shifted from enforcing order to indulging in terror and slaughter for its own sake, and there was only so much that Curze was able or willing to do to stop this backslide. And then there's Curze's isolation. By allowing the Legion to reflect Nostramo's moral decay, Curze further isolated himself from his brothers and the Imperium. This isolation fueled his descent into madness and his eventual betrayal. Nostramo itself continued its spiral into chaos, becoming a breeding ground for crime and rebellion. Its eventual destruction by Curze solidified its legacy as a failed experiment in imperial compliance. What the Imperium needed to do was either take a firm hold of its population or eradicate them and replace them with colonists from somewhere else. Had Curze taken action to correct Nostramo's trajectory, the Night Lords might have developed into an army, a disciplined force, embodying a more tempered vision of justice. They could have served on an essential check on the Imperium's excesses, balancing fear with a genuine commitment to order. They were already, in their flawed state, very useful to the Imperium in maintaining compliance among newly conquered worlds. They could have done so more effectively. However, Curze's inability or unwillingness to act decisively in this moment set the stage for the Legion's fall, turning the Night Lords into a symbol of the very disorder and corruption that he meant them to oppose. This episode in Curze's life highlights one of his central tragedies. He was unable to balance his ideals with his incompetence. He didn't have the practical leadership necessary to actually make his dreams into a reality. His decision to accept the predatory Nostromo recruits without addressing their origins reflects his growing disillusionment and detachment, but also his willingness to let inefficiencies slide as long as he can start doing something. This marks the point where the Night Lords began their irreversible descent into darkness, embodying the very flaws Curze had sought to purge from humanity. So, we have identified the second of Curze's great failures, his fatalism. Faced with prophetic visions, Curze resigns himself to believing that the future cannot be changed and therefore cannot and should not be fought. Indeed, in many ways, he uses the visions as a moral cloak to protect his own sense of identity and morality. If the future shows that he is going to do bad things, then excuses him when he does those bad things. This, of course, leads to a terrible self-reinforcing cycle, because if he ever broke his habits by choosing to grow and change for the better, it would immediately prove to himself that his earlier terrible actions were done because he had chosen them. His moral cowardice and failure to attempt that reckoning follows him the rest of his life. This is the cost of his fatalism. The core tragedy of Konrad Curze is his fatalistic outlook and moral cowardice. His resignation to the inevitability of his visions allows him to use them to justify his actions and protect his sense of self, but it traps him in a vicious cycle, preventing any possibility of redemption or growth. Curze believed in the infallibility of prophecy. Curze's psychic visions, which consistently predicted grim, terrible outcomes, became the foundation of his worldview. Unlike other Primarchs who interpreted their foresight as warnings or challenges, Curze treated his visions as immutable truths. This belief stripped him of agency. If the future was unchangeable, then his actions were preordained, absolving him of responsibility or guilt. By framing his atrocities as inevitable, Curze avoided confronting the moral implications of his choices. His self-justification allowed him to see himself as a necessary force, doing what must be done rather than what he chose to do. This defense mechanism ensured that he never had to grapple with the possibility that his actions were wrong or that he could have acted differently. Konrad Curze was afraid of self-reflection. We can see quite clearly in canon that his fatalism acted as a barrier against introspection, as with the previous quote from his conversation with Sevatar. To acknowledge that he had to change, or that he had the power to change, would force him to admit that his previous atrocities were not necessary, but deliberate. This realization would have shattered his carefully constructed identity as a victim of fate. When Curze committed an atrocity, he could claim to himself that he had foreseen him committing it, and thus had no choice in the matter. Each act of violence reinforced his belief in the inevitability of his visions. This mindset allowed him to perpetuate his brutal methods without ever considering alternatives. Curze's refusal to challenge his fatalism ensured that he never broke free from his destructive patterns. Any deviation from his predicted path would undermine his self-perception as a reluctant servant of fate. This meant that he avoided ever growing. His fatalism caused him to have his alienation from his brothers and his Imperium, and deepened it over time. They saw his actions as monstrous, while he viewed their rejection as further proof of the inevitability of his grim visions. This isolation further entrenched his fatalism in a horrible cycle, reinforcing his belief that his path was predestined and unavoidable. The obvious comparison here is the Primarch Sanguinius. Like Curze, Sanguinius had prophetic visions of his death. However, Sanguinius chose to see his fate as a burden to bear nobly, sacrificing himself for others, rather than using his visions to justify cruelty. This contrast shows us in greater detail Curze's moral cowardice and his refusal to rise above his circumstances. He could have chosen differently, and he didn't. Corvus Corax also faced despair and loss, particularly after Istvan V, but he did not succumb to fatalism. Instead, he sought solutions, even at great personal cost, such as his desperate genetic experiments. Corax's willingness to fight against overwhelming odds underscores Konrad Curze's failure to challenge his own assumptions. Curze's fatalistic outlook immediately spread to his legion, with many Night Lords embracing nihilism, seeing themselves as instruments of terror and chaos rather than agents of justice. This moral decay turned the Legion from the army it had been before he took leadership into a twisted parody of its original purpose, driven by sadism instead of any higher ideals. Konrad Curze's inability to reconcile his visions with the Emperor's ideals created a rift between them. While the Emperor sought to unify humanity, Curze's fatalism led him to see humanity as irredeemable. By believing that his visions were unavoidable, Konrad Curze ensured they came to pass. His paranoia and violence alienated his allies and drove his legion into the arms of chaos, fulfilling the very future he claimed to abhor. Could Konrad Curze have broken this cycle and done anything else? Yeah, totally. If Curze had ever questioned the inevitability of his visions and had acknowledged the agency within himself, he might have realized that he had the power to change his actions and thus change the future. This would have required immense courage and self-awareness. I'm not saying it would be easy, and he lacked those traits within himself, so he likely would have needed outside help. He could have sought guidance, a custodian advisor, a stronger relationship with the Emperor, more mentorship with Fulgrim over a longer time, maybe a sustained friendship over time, might have helped Curze to see his visions as challenges to overcome rather than certainties to be lived out. Unfortunately, his paranoia made him resistant to outside influence. Curze's visions showed humanity's flaws, but they also presented an opportunity to guide and improve it. He could have embraced redemption. Had he chosen to focus on reform rather than simply punishment, he could have become a beacon of justice rather than a harbinger of terror. Konrad Curze's fatalism and moral cowardice are at the heart of his tragedy. By surrendering to his visions, he ensured their fulfillment, perpetuating a cycle of violence and despair. His story is a cautionary tale about the dangers of surrendering agency and using fate as an excuse for moral failure. it also shows us the immense potential for growth and redemption, which Curze refused to embrace. I'd like to imagine possible sources of Curze's unwillingness to face the possibility that he did bad things sometimes because he chose to do so. His early life is poorly documented, but we know that it was a lonely and desperate struggle for survival, as previously discussed. Let us imagine possible scenarios in which the outcome is an establishment or reinforcement of his unwillingness to face the possibility that he has done bad things because he has chosen to do them. The first obvious scenario that comes to mind to me is that he may have done something bad to an innocent civilian of Nostromo when he was very, very young in order to survive. This possibility that Konrad Curze's fatalism and moral cowardice could have stemmed from a specific formative event early in his life, such as harming an innocent civilian, is a powerful lens through which we might examine his psychology. Whether or not this exact scenario occurred, we'll never know. Canon's not clear. But the idea of it sheds light on how early trauma and moral conflict could have shaped Curze's later inability to accept responsibility for his actions. So let's take a little bit of a look at this hypothetical, maybe some others, we'll see. Alright, so harming an innocent to survive. A young Curze, starving and desperate, encounters an innocent civilian, perhaps a shopkeeper or a parent with their child. With his growing physical prowess and predatory instincts, he gets into a fight with them, either kills them or injures them in order to take what they have so that he can use it to help him survive. Maybe he's stealing food or something. Immediately, there would be an impact on Curze's psyche of immediate survival versus long-term guilt. In the moment, the act secures his survival, sure. But afterwards, it becomes a deep source of guilt. This guilt festers, creating a fracture in his developing sense of morality. To cope, Curze might unconsciously justify this act by telling himself that it was inevitable, that his circumstances and the nature of Nostromo forced his hand. And then this incident could plant the seed of his belief that he is a victim of circumstance, incapable of choosing otherwise. Next, let's look at just the idea of Curze's youth as a survivalist mindset. No specific event, but his early life was a brutal and solitary fight for survival in the anarchy and crime-ridden society of Nostromo. He had no positive reinforcement, obviously. He never had the chance to experience the moral or social rewards of making compassionate choices. Survival came at the expense of others, reinforcing his belief that life was a zero-sum game. His early experience would have taught him that he could only ever have been one of two things, a predator or a victim. This binary worldview, leaving no room for moral agency or the concept of mutual growth or redemption, would have circumscribed his psyche as it developed, making it unable to form complex ideas about guilt and agency without growing, which he was unable or unwilling to do. And then we have the idea of social isolation causing an absence of accountability. As a child, Curze lived without family, mentors, or peers, not even an inhuman family like Russ, who might have held him accountable for his actions or offered alternative perspectives on morality. With no external moral framework to guide him, Curze had to develop his own self-justifying narrative and his own self-image in order to cope with the terrible things that he had done to survive. Or maybe he had an early exposure to Nostromo's broken society, The broader environment of Nostromo, where corruption, violence, and exploitation were the norms, could have been the formative event. Even if Curze felt some early guilt or unease, if at an early age he had seen the pervasive brutality of Nostromo over and over again, that would have dulled his sensitivity to wrongdoing, making it easier to rationalize his actions. That is, it was not a baseline of not doing bad things, and then Curze is making a choice to do bad things. Instead, the baseline is doing bad things, and he says he's making a choice to stop others from doing bad things. Anyway, if Curze came to believe that everyone in Nostromo was complicit in his moral decay, he might have convinced himself that true innocence, the baseline of don't do bad things, didn't exist. This belief would have allowed him to avoid reckoning with the harm he caused, because even the victims of wrongdoing are themselves capable of wrongdoing. We see this reflected later with the Adeptus Arbites a lot. If Curze had to face the possibility that he was choosing to do evil, he would have had to confront his guilt head on. A daunting prospect for a child without support or guidance. It is far easier for him to believe himself a victim of fate than to admit that he had choices and he'd made bad choices. This belief became a cornerstone of his identity, shielding him from guilt, but trapping him in fatalism and circumscribing his choices. What if Curze's prophetic abilities manifested earlier in childhood than we thought? That would have further reinforced his fatalism. Seeing grim visions of his future before he had the brain development, let's say, to understand them more fully, could have made him feel that his path was already set, excusing his actions as part of an inevitable fate. If we compare with Lionel Johnson, who also grew up alone in a hostile environment, we can see an obvious contrast. Lion had a sense of purpose and the nobility of character that he learned from the Order, who raised him once they found him. Unlike Curze, the Lion did not internalize his isolation as a justification for moral fatalism. He internalized his isolation as a justification for secrecy. Angron's early trauma left him filled with rage and a sense of betrayal, which we went over earlier. But he never avoided responsibility for his actions. He embraced his choices. He said, yes, I am the one making these choices, and no one else can stop me, even if they led to his own destruction. We see this in the fight against Russ. We see this when he's fighting against Gilliman. It's very horrible, but it is also consistent. Corvus Corax, while suffering under oppression with the prisoners on Lycaeus as a child, developed and then retained a sense of justice and compassion. His experiences taught him to value freedom and morality, in stark contrast to Curze's fatalistic acceptance of atrocity. I don't think it's necessary for us to say that Konrad Curze definitely committed a morally indefensible act during his youth, such as harming an innocent civilian to steal food. But even without that, we can see that his early experiences on Nostromo set the stage for his lifelong fatalism and his moral cowardice and surrender to fate. Our hypothetical incident would explain why Curze clung so desperately to the idea that his actions were predestined, but it's not necessary. In any case, he rejected the notion of choice in order to shield himself from guilt, but also condemning himself to a life of self-fulfilling prophecy, isolation, and despair. It's like when you have someone with borderline personality disorder and they treat people around them poorly until those people reject them in order to say to themselves, see, everyone always rejects me. Let's imagine an alternate possibility for Curze's actions when he met the Emperor. Curze, filled with prophetic certainty of the Emperor's failings and his own doom, takes this opportunity to set them aside. Instead, he grasps this important, potentially singular moment to change, collapsing into an embrace of the Emperor to establish the father-son dynamic, weeping openly in front of everyone in remorse for what he's done. If he tells the Emperor that he's done bad things and needs forgiveness and salvation, he would be like a suffocating man searching for air. Would the Emperor have possessed the emotional maturity to respond appropriately, given the distance he often had with the Primarchs and the resistance he had to the father-son dynamic? Like what we see in canon with conversations he had with Malcador. This is one of very few scenarios where Konrad Curze had the opportunity to change. This alternate possibility where Konrad Curze chooses vulnerability and seeks forgiveness at the moment of meeting the Emperor is a really interesting exploration of both characters. The scenario invites us to consider the emotional limitations of the Emperor, not just Curze, and therefore whether he could have responded appropriately to such an unexpected and deeply human appeal. The Emperor, of course, not being very human. The Emperor, as portrayed in canon, is a being of immense intellect, vision, and power, but his emotional maturity and interpersonal skills are, let us say, wanting. The Emperor's reluctance to fully embrace the role of a father is evident both throughout his interactions with the Primarchs and conversation with Malcador. He explicitly views them as tools, instruments of his grand design, and places their utility above their emotional or moral needs. He sees the Primarchs as strategic assets rather than individuals with complex inner lives. The Emperor's vast lifespan and unique perspective on humanity contributed to his detachment. He did understand human emotions intellectually and used that knowledge to manipulate people to great effect, but he was very bad at engaging with them personally. I won't say he struggled, because that would imply effort. The Emperor was, above all, overwhelmingly pragmatic. He was expedient to a fault. His response to Curze in canon, and certainly his response to Curze in this hypothetical, would prioritize whatever he perceived to be the practical solution, instead of addressing any emotional vulnerability or emotional problems at all. In canon, he immediately shipped him off to Fulgrim as fast as he could and got him to the forefront of the Great Crusade as soon as he could so that he wouldn't have to deal with it. In this hypothetical, there are similar possible responses. If Curze had collapsed into begging for forgiveness and salvation, the Emperor's reaction could have unfolded in several ways. The ideal response, the least likely response, would have been that as a compassionate father. The Emperor sets aside his usual detachment and sees the significance and opportunity of the moment. He recognizes Curze's plea as an opportunity to forge a genuine connection and a real opportunity for healing, and guides his son towards healing and redemption. If he had offered forgiveness and reassured Curze that the past could be overcome, if he had established any sort of extended mentorship, maybe a custodian or another trusted figure to act as a more constant advisor and emotional anchor for Curze, if he had ensured that the integration of Nostramo with the Night Lords was handled with sensitivity and explicit care to prevent moral decay, or at least to prevent further moral decay, maybe things could have changed. A more likely response would be more distant. He might acknowledge Curze's vulnerability, but he would almost certainly have failed to engage with it on a personal level. Instead of emotional support, he might have offered practical solutions, tasks for him to redeem himself through service, a penitent crusade, something like that. He might have assigned Curze a role within the crusade that emphasized justice and order, channeling his destructive tendencies into productive avenues. He could have attempted to reform Nostramo with direct intervention himself, instead of just leaving it to human administrators. Overlooking the deeper emotional and psychological wounds that Curze carried meant that he missed the opportunity for reconciliation and missed the opportunity to set Curze onto a different path. I think that's the most likely scenario, but not the worst scenario. At worst, the Emperor might have seen Curze's vulnerability as a sign of weakness, causing him to respond coldly or with disdain. He certainly failed to recognize the significance of their moment of first meeting, and that reinforced Curze's feelings of isolation and doom. It would have been that much worse if Curze had tried to reach out and been slapped down. If he had dismissed Curze's plea as irrelevant, instead focusing only on the strategic importance of the Night Lords and the importance of Curze as their leader, or if he had reaffirmed his utilitarian view of the Primarchs, telling Curze, look, you just got to go out there and fight, it would have alienated Curze further. Could the Emperor change? Well, in canon, the answer is he generally did not change. The Emperor's resistance to the father-son dynamic and his pragmatic, less emotional nature suggests that he would struggle to offer an ideal response to a Primarch showing emotional vulnerability. However, it's worth noting that the Emperor is capable of profound insight, and he can adapt when he deems it necessary. It's just that he doesn't deem it necessary often enough. If he recognized that Curze's vulnerability was not weakness, but instead strength, he might have adjusted his approach. The key would have been whether the Emperor saw a Primarch's emotional vulnerability as an opportunity for redemption and change, not just for that Primarch, but for himself as a father figure. The importance of the moment for Curze can hardly be overstated. Such an act showing any emotional vulnerability would represent the break from his fatalism. This would be one of the few opportunities in his life where Curze could have actively chosen to reject the inevitability of his visions and take control of his destiny, and have someone else support that decision. By embracing the Emperor as a father, Curze could have created a foundation for trust and accountability, potentially averting his descent into darkness. The act of seeking forgiveness would force Curze to confront his actions as choices rather than inevitabilities. It would be a painful process, but it would open the door to growth and change. Yes, the Emperor would likely struggle to respond with ideal compassion and warmth to a Primarch showing emotional vulnerability. But this scenario still poses a possibility for mutual transformation. Any showing of emotional vulnerability by Konrad Curze when they met would have challenged the Emperor to set aside his detachment, and the Emperor's response would determine whether this missed opportunity became a turning point or, as in canon, another missed opportunity. If handled well, it could have altered the trajectory of not just Curze and the Night Lords, but the Great Crusade overall. Sometimes when the Emperor showed up at a world, he had another Primarch with him. Which other Primarch would have been the best suited to encouraging openness and emotional vulnerability from Curze at that pivotal moment? The question of which Primarch could best encourage openness and emotional vulnerability from Konrad Curze at the time of his meeting with the Emperor is complex. Curze's deep-seated paranoia, fatalism, and isolation meant he required a Primarch with both exceptional emotional intelligence and a genuine capacity to see past his flaws. Among the Primarchs already found by the time of Curze's rediscovery, the best suited candidates would be those with the patience, empathy, and insight to approach Curze on his level without provoking his defenses. I think there's probably two. The best candidate would have been Sanguinius, the compassionate counterpart. Sanguinius was a natural empath and symbol of hope, with the rare ability to see the best in even the most troubled individuals. Remember, he dealt with people in his own legion suffering from the Red Thirst all the time. His own legion's struggles with the Red Thirst thus gave him a personal understanding of internal darkness, making him uniquely qualified to relate to Curze's torment. Sanguinius could have approached Curze with genuine care, offering forgiveness and validation rather than judgment. Sanguinius's warmth and his belief in redemption could have provided Curze with a model of how to channel his darker impulses into something constructive. He might have been able to counter Curze's fatalism with a message of hope and choice. As a counterpoint, we have Corvus Corax, the empathetic survivor. Corax would have been great, a wonderful third option, but he hadn't been found yet. So sad. Still, let's take a look, just for funsies. Corax shared a very similar origin story with Curze, having grown up isolated and hunted, albeit in his case isolated with the prisoners and hunted by the guards. This could have created a sense of mutual understanding. His pragmatic compassion and respect for justice might have resonated with Curze's vision of imposing order on chaos. Corax's tendency to speak softly and act decisively could have helped Curze feel less threatened while fostering a sense of kinship. Corax could offer Curze practical strategies for handling his emotional needs and internal struggles, while modeling how to build meaningful relationships despite a traumatic past. But that option wasn't there. He hadn't been found yet. What can you do? The second good option to be present with the Emperor when he met Curze, would have been Vulcan, the patient teacher. His defining trait of boundless compassion and patience would have made him an excellent counterbalance to Curze's volatile personality. His emphasis on protecting humanity and serving as a shield against darkness could have appealed to the remnants of Curze's own desire to impose justice. Vulcan's rejection of cruelty and his belief in the value of every individual might have gently challenged Curze's fatalism. Vulcan's ability to see humanity's worth, even in flawed individuals, could have given Curze a different perspective on his own actions and choices. He could help Curze view his visions as challenges to overcome, rather than chains binding him to a tragic destiny. Now, of course, that would only be true after quite some time had passed and Curze had opened up to him about the visions. But what can you do? Unfortunately, there were also several candidates less suited to the task. First among them, Magnus. When Magnus met Lorgar, he completely failed to pick up on Lorgar's visions at all. There's no reason to expect that he would have been more helpful with Curze. Horus Lupercal. Horus was charismatic, but ultimately too driven by ambition and manipulation to provide the kind of honest emotional support Curze needed. His potential was to see Curze as a pawn in the larger game of the Great Crusade. Again, Horus was very similar to his father. This would have exacerbated Curze's paranoia. Ferrus Manus would have been an even worse choice. His harsh pragmatism and disdain for emotional sensitivity would have pushed Curze further into isolation rather than drawing him out. If he had learned of Curze's visions, he would have dismissed them as irrelevant and seen his emotional struggles with them as weakness. Fulgrim, though he was assigned as mentor by the Emperor, I feel was a bad choice. His focus on perfection clashed with Curze's deeply ingrained self-loathing. He could have approached Curze on a level of genuine vulnerability, which he did later, but not initially. The two of them did do well enough together when Fulgrim mentored Curze during Curze's initial introduction into the Imperium. It just didn't last long enough. Perturabo is an interesting choice. His own bitterness and isolation might have created common ground with Curze, opening a possibility for emotional connection for both of them, allowing them both to improve and grow. But more likely, his harsh outlook and resentment of others would have made him an ineffective source of emotional support. So I think that when the Emperor met Konrad Curze, he should have had with him Sanguinius or Vulcan. They stand out as the Primarchs best suited to encouraging openness and emotional vulnerability in Konrad Curze at this pivotal moment. Sanguinius could have offered hope, warmth, an instinctive understanding of prophetic visions, and Corax could have provided him compassionate understanding. Corax could have provided him with compassionate understanding, but he hadn't been found yet. Got to remember that. Vulcan could have understood him with patience and his human-centric view of justice and compassion. Had either Sanguinius or Vulcan been present and willing to engage with Curze on a personal level, they might have helped him forge a healthier past and a healthier path and resist the darkness that ultimately consumed him. Woof. Listen, with certain Primarchs, it feels like the only important questions are, how did he get messed up so bad? And how could he have been helped? And they just come up again and again everywhere you look. Sometimes there's not great answers. All right, I suppose we should look into Curze's early interstellar life. So Konrad Curze's period of early interstellar leadership was largely shaped by the same isolation and independence that defined his childhood. It's just now he had a legion. Curze was briefly tutored by Fulgrim, but this was not an ongoing relationship. They just happened to meet sometimes. Unlike some of the others, notably Fulgrim, who received mentorship or guidance after meeting the Emperor, and it lasted a longer period of time, and it really grew into a connection, Curze's transition into commanding the Night Lords was more abrupt, and it was marked by a lack of direct support or structured training. Curze had only the briefest of mentorship by Fulgrim, and no ongoing oversight. What this shows us is the Emperor seemed to trust Curze to lead the Night Lords in his own way without significant oversight or guidance, just like what he did with Angron and Mortarion. What the fuck was he doing? This lack of ongoing mentorship or direct involvement by the Emperor or other experienced figures, I don't know, maybe Horus, who mentored Fulgrim, allowed their personal worldviews, especially Curze's personal worldview rooted in fear, violence, and fatalism, to dominate their legion's cultures. Guilliman benefited from time that he spent building and refining Ultramar's governance before and during his command of the Ultramarines. Lionel Johnson and Corvus Corax both initially worked within their respective worlds to unify societies before ultimately taking their legions out for interstellar processes. That's a weird choice of words. Interstellar war, let's say. Fulgrim and the Emperor's children were most notably attached to the Luna Wolves while they regained numbers before they could go off on their own. This allowed Fulgrim to have an ongoing mentor in Horus. Curze, by contrast, was effectively thrown into the deep end. His methods neither questioned nor refined by external influence. The Emperor could have appointed a custodian as a liaison with Curze. He could have sent Curze to serve under another Primarch for a time, like he did with the Emperor's children serving alongside the Luna Wolves early on. Either way would have introduced alternate perspectives, alternate leadership styles. A pairing with Vulcan, Guilliman, or later Corax might have tempered Curze's tendencies toward effective brutality. The Emperor's just the worst, okay? He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Curze's command style in his early interstellar life was pretty straightforward. He immediately began shaping the Night Lords into a force that mirrored his approach to justice. You use terror as a means of control. He leaned heavily into his legion's pre-existing strengths in psychological warfare and fear tactics, and he did not enjoy diplomacy. His campaigns during the Great Crusade were marked by uncompromising approach to compliance. When he brought planets into compliance, he often left planets devastated to serve as examples to others. And he had similar brutality when doing a follow-up visit on a planet which had been brought into compliance by someone else. While effective in the short term, these tactics created long-term instability and resentment within the Imperium. He brought a strategy of isolation to the Night Lords. He maintained an emotional and operational distance from his brothers and their legions, because he was distrustful of their intentions and dismissive of their more measured approaches, such as the diplomacy of the Luna Wolves. This isolation reinforced his sense of fatalism and inevitability, as he lacked the relationships or perspectives needed to challenge his worldview. Unfortunately, the Night Lords did have early success with his strategies, and this just reinforced his plans. Curze's early successes in achieving compliance through fear and in reinforcing existing compliance with fear and violence validated his belief that terror and brutality were the only effective tools for governance. These victories made it harder for him to see the potential value in alternative approaches. Even as he achieved victories, Curze's visions of betrayal and doom made him distrustful of those around him, including the terrible people within his own legion. This paranoia discouraged him from seeking help or forming alliances with his brothers. He did have potential paths for change. If Curze had been given time under mentorship of someone else before assuming command of the Night Lords, not just like a couple years with Fulgrim, but like real effort, several outcomes might have been possible. Serving alongside another Primarch could have shown Curze the value of effective alternate leadership styles, the value of hope, structure, and cooperation, the success of diplomacy in many, many circumstances. A mentor figure given more time with Curze might have helped Curze to see that his choices are what are important. Maybe he could have come to see his visions as warnings to guide his actions rather than immutable truths. Early guidance could have helped Curze channel his focus on justice into more constructive forms, preventing the Night Lords from becoming synonymous with unrestrained terror. Ultimately, Curze's lack of mentorship or oversight during his period of early interstellar leadership just resulted in reinforcement of his worst tendencies, solidified his isolation, and set both himself and the Night Lords Legion on a path towards tragedy. With guidance or support, it is possible that he could have developed into a more balanced and effective leader. It couldn't have been worse than what actually happened. I think that the Emperor's decision to place Curze in command very quickly, and the Emperor leaving Nostromo immediately with no personal effort to change it, were understood by both Curze and the Imperial bureaucracy as approval of Curze's methods. He came, he saw the results of Curze's leadership, and he responded by immediately giving him a tremendous amount of responsibility, spending no time to work with him to teach him governance or teach him anything really, and not telling him, hey, don't do this. What else would they have decided? Like, obviously, it's entirely reasonable to conclude by both Konrad Curze and the Imperial bureaucracy that the Emperor's actions were implicit approval of Curze's methods. Yeah, it may have been an unintentional method, but the Emperor arrives, he sees Nostromo's order through fear, and he immediately departs and places Curze in command of the Night Lords as fast as he can. Like, okay, what else were we supposed to get from that? Konrad Curze understood that message entirely. He perceived it as validation. He was already inclined towards fatalism and moral absolutism. The Emperor's actions thus felt to him like confirmation that his brutal methods of governance were not only acceptable but necessary. The lack of critique or guidance from the Emperor was obviously and easily interpreted as tacit approval, especially once the Emperor decided to entrust him with command of the Night Lords Legion. Given Curze's isolation and fragile sense of self-worth, the Emperor's actions were, of course, seen as the ultimate validation of his worth and approach to justice. However, this lack of deeper connection deepened Curze's paranoia, as he thus questioned whether the Emperor truly approved or was just using him as a tool, which, maybe both. Curze's visions of doom and betrayal already made him distrustful and self-loathing. Direct intervention by the Emperor, showing care, teaching alternate methods of governance, challenging Curze's methods, could have provided the grounding and mentorship he desperately needed. Without this, Curze was left to assume that his path was the correct one, even as it led him further into isolation and despair. Meanwhile, the imperial bureaucracy just deferred to the emperor's judgment. The imperial bureaucracy was accustomed to following the emperor's lead without question, so they saw his actions as a directive to adopt Curze's methods as part of the broader imperial policy of compliance. They saw him come to Nostromo, look at how bad everything is, and leave. So their obvious response was he wanted things to be like this. The immediate departure of the emperor from Nostromo thus not only reinforced the idea that Curze's approach on Nostromo required no oversight or reform, but also that maybe it would be applicable elsewhere as well. And thus we can see not only a metaphorical origin of the Arbeit's horrible violence, but a literal policy origin. The emperor's actions here normalized terror as a tool within the Imperium. The Night Lord's methods later in the Crusade, rooted in fear and brutality, became emblematic of their role in the Crusade. The lack of critique from the emperor led the bureaucracy to see these methods as an acceptable or maybe even laudable means of maintaining order within the Imperium. This normalization of terror as a tool of compliance would later influence the policies of institutions like the Adeptus Arbites and the Officio Assassinorum. The emperor's immediate departure, of course, left the imperial bureaucracy to contend with the inherent instability of Nostromo without Curze's direct presence. This lack of preparation or transition planning immediately led to Nostromo's collapse back into lawlessness, compounding the problems that Curze faced when taking control of his legion by polluting his legion with Nostroman recruits who were criminals. What can we see then about Curze's relationship with the emperor? Curze's interpretation of the emperor's actions as approval fueled his initial loyalty to the emperor, but the lack of personal connection or mentorship left him vulnerable to feelings of abandonment and betrayal later. The emperor's decision to leave without addressing the deeper issues on Nostromo, or the deeper issues in Curze's psyche for that matter, reinforced Curze's belief in the inevitability of his visions and the futility of attempting to change his path. And so he had an erosion of trust. Curze saw the emperor take a more active role in guiding and supporting other Primarchs, and he heard about how much time he had spent with Horus and Magnus as examples, and so maybe Curze came to see that this initial hands-off approach was a slight against him, or evidence that he was merely considered a tool rather than a son, which is accurate. Had the emperor taken even a small amount of time to address these issues on Nostromo with his own superior intellect, abilities, the strength of his expeditionary fleet, the outcome could have been different. He might have caused a moment of genuine personal connection with Konrad Curze, anchoring Curze's loyalty more firmly and helping to mitigate his sense of isolation. By working with Curze to reform Nostromo without personal violence, the emperor could have demonstrated, proven to him, that justice and order could be achieved through institutions without using excessive brutality. Clear guidance on what was acceptable and what was not on Nostromo could have set a precedent here for what was acceptable and what was not elsewhere in the Crusade, influencing not only Curze and the Night Lords, but also the wider Imperium. This could have potentially avoided some of the later moral decay in imperial institutions. Ultimately, it was not the emperor's actions at this pivotal moment, but his lack of action, which was a significant factor in shaping Curze's sense of identity and his relationship with humanity. while unintentional, they set a message of approval that had profound and far-reaching consequences. The founders of the Officio Assassinorum initially worked in secret because they thought that, though the emperor needed their work, he also needed plausible moral deniability. That is, he needed the ability to appear above the brutality needed to maintain society in the Imperium. I don't know the emperor's thoughts upon being faced with Nostramo, but I know that his actions were not inconsistent with him having that same belief, nor with his neither with his approval nor with his being aware that similarly brutal means of law enforcement were widespread throughout human society. Of course, as a different option, his spending as little time on Nostramo as possible would also be consistent with the emperor having strong hidden emotions such as shame when faced with a form of government that he does not like, but knows that he is responsible for on other worlds. And thus, the emperor's reaction to Nostramo opens a range of interpretive possibilities regarding his motivations and underlying beliefs. His swift departure thus reflects not only practical considerations, but also deeper, unspoken sentiments. Let's take a look at these two big options. First, moral, plausible deniability. The founders of the Officio Assassinorum recognized a need for the emperor to maintain an image of moral purity, even as his Imperium required its hands to get dirty. This concept easily extends to the situation with Nostramo. By leaving immediately, the emperor signaled that while the methods Curze employed may have been distasteful, they were necessary under certain circumstances. The emperor may have seen Nostramo's harsh methods barely removed from the actions of law enforcement on other worlds already brought into compliance, as an extension and response to humanity's darker realities, which he could not afford to micromanage during the Great Crusade, and we can only speculate about whether he intended to ever deal with after conquering the galaxy. Unpleasant but critical tasks were outsourced by the emperor to leave his own image unblemished. The emperor's seeming acceptance of Nostramo's system of deterrence by example under Konrad Curze could have served as a warning to other worlds, reinforcing the idea that while the Imperium preferred compliance through unity and reason, it was willing to enforce it through fear and brutality when necessary. The emperor might have reasoned that engaging with Nostramo's situation would be an inefficient use of time. His leaving Curze in charge ultimately of Nostramo with no correction could have indicated his trust in Curze's abilities to manage the planet and his expedient view that avoiding entanglement with individual planets left him free to manage the whole crusade. This was a huge mistake, but whatever. Alternately, the emperor's swift departure could reflect an emotional response, hidden shame or emotional conflict to Curze's leadership on Nostramo. He could have recognized responsibility. He may have felt of deep, unspoken guilt upon seeing Nostramo's descent into dystopian, authoritarian violence and terror as a stark reflection of the methods he himself used through intermediaries across the Imperium to maintain control. Nostramo was thus a mirror of his own failings, held up to show that his vision of unity often required brutality to succeed, And boy, he did not like that mirror. The emperor's idealism often clashed with the grim realities of the Imperium's expansion. Nostramo, ruled by terror under Curze, might have been a reminder of the gap between his aspirations and the outcomes of his policies. It's possible that the emperor wanted to distance himself from the emotional weight of witnessing this contradiction. The emperor's detachment from personal, direct emotional connections with his sons is well documented. On Nostramo, he might have avoided engaging with Curze even to correct him, because doing so would require confronting Curze's moral struggles and the emperor's own responsibility in creating the environment that shaped Curze, if he had any say in where Curze ended up when he was scattered from Terra. That one's hard to tell. Conversely, the emperor's rapid departure from Nostramo might have reflected his unwillingness to show doubt or emotional turmoil. By acting decisively, he maintained the image of an unshakable ruler, even if his decision was actually a lack of decision, and even if he harbored inner conflict. It's worth considering that both elements, the plausible deniability and his personal emotional conflict, could coexist. They're not mutually exclusive. The emperor might have understood the need for Curze's methods, or at least the perceived need for Curze's methods, but have been deeply unsettled by them, choosing to project calm approval while privately grappling with discomfort. He may have compartmentalized. Given the scale of the Great Crusade, the emperor may have compartmentalized his emotions, focusing on practical outcomes rather than personal feelings about Curze or Nostramo. By not directly condemning Curze's methods, the emperor might have hoped that Curze would reflect on his actions and self-correct, using deliberate silence as a strategy of guidance. If that's what he was doing, that strategy failed catastrophically because of Curze's fatalism and paranoia. The implications of the emperor's action and inaction here, both for the Imperium, Curze, and the Night Lords, were bad. Regardless of the emperor's motivations, his lack of action had profound consequences. For Curze, the absence of explicit critique reinforced Curze's belief that his methods were justified, deepening his moral absolutism and paving the way for his eventual fall. Any potential for Curze to develop a more nuanced sense of justice or governance was stunted by the lack of mentorship or emotional connection. The emperor's departure left Nostramo vulnerable to its eventual moral collapse. When he'd removed Curze from Nostramo to train with Fulgrim, it thus immediately collapsed back into what it had been before Curze, maybe even worse. And this later poisoned the Night Lord's Legion with its criminal recruits. For the Imperium, the apparent normalization of terror as a tool of governance, as left intact on Nostramo, influenced the development of institutions like the Adeptus Arbites and the trajectory of the Officio Assassinorum, embedding moral compromise within the Imperium's foundational governance. In the end, the Emperor's approach to Nostramo and Curze, whether driven by calculated pragmatism or emotional avoidance, underscores the tragic complexity of his role. His inability to directly address the moral and emotional needs of his sons had consequences that reverberated across the Imperium and contributed to the eventual cataclysm of the Horus Heresy and the later dystopian fallout that led to the later Imperium. Each Primarch is an embodiment of a different facet of the Emperor's personality. It seems likely that the Emperor's reaction to meeting certain Primarchs is akin to someone in therapy finding themselves uncomfortable being confronted with a particular side of themselves. That is, the Emperor's reactions to each Primarch, ranging from warmth and pride to cold detachment or outright discomfort, might be seen as a mirror of his own relationship with these aspects of himself. In the case of Konrad Curze, this interpretation gains a great deal of evidence. Curze embodies a grim facet of the Emperor's nature. The belief in the necessity of fear, brutality, and terror to impose order. The Emperor's avoidance of Nostromo and his refusal to provide personal guidance to Curze thus reflects his discomfort in confronting the darker side of his own nature. It is easy to rationalize such actions when they are abstract, but seeing them made flesh and taken to extremes is deeply upsetting. Just as therapy can involve confronting uncomfortable truths about oneself, the Emperor's encounter with Curze might have forced him to acknowledge the brutal realities underpinning the Imperium's expansion. Curze's visions of the Imperium's future may have further amplified this dynamic. By predicting the Emperor's failures and the moral decay of the Imperium, Curze acted as an uncompromising voice of the Emperor's suppressed doubts and fears, making it more difficult for the Emperor to believe in an idealized version of himself. The Emperor may have thus rejected Curze emotionally because he saw in him an unvarnished representation of the moral compromises he was taking every day, and that other people were taking in his name by being delegated to in the function of institutions in the Imperium. And so, rather than helping Curze find balance because he had not found that balance in himself, the Emperor distanced himself to avoid grappling with the implications of his own methods. I believe that this dynamic applies to other Primarchs quite well, building additional strength of evidence for the theory. Horus represented the Emperor's boundless ambition and charisma. This helps to explain why the Emperor spent so much time with him. He liked to think of himself that way. Sanguinius embodies the Emperor's hope and nobility, which is why the Emperor almost cared for him like a normal person. Perturabo and Angron highlight the Emperor's brutal streak, his willingness to sacrifice individuals, in Perturabo's case, mostly the men of the Imperial Army, in Angron's case, mostly civilians, for the sake of the larger goal. Their bitterness and resentment, even before joining the Great Crusade proper, reflect the Emperor's failure to reconcile his lofty ideals with the pain that he inflicted on humanity and on his own soldiers in their pursuit. The Emperor's discomfort with aspects of his sons mirrors his broader emotional detachment, his failure to engage with his Primarchs as people rather than tools. His emotional isolation can be seen here. It shows that he struggles to reconcile his own identity as a father and a ruler. Again, it's tough to use that word struggle because that implies he put in effort. By rejecting or avoiding Primarchs such as Curze, the Emperor metaphorically and literally missed his opportunity to heal and integrate these facets of his psyche. That left them to spiral out of control. Had he been more willing to confront these sides of himself, those Primarchs would have been less likely to side with Horus. because they would have been more emotionally fulfilled. In that manner and in other metaphorical manners, the history of the Imperium might have thus been changed. This framing paints the emperor as a deeply flawed and complex figure, grappling with the very humanity that he sought to transcend and rule over. His interactions with the Primarchs show both reflections of his inner struggle and pivotal moments in the Imperium's overall saga. We have discussed already the reaction of the Terran origin Night Lords Marines to Konrad Curze and the Nostromo origin recruits. Let's now discuss further developments in the Legion's internal politics, from unification with Curze up to the Istvan III massacre. Why were there not a great number of Night Lords loyalists among the insurgent force on Istvan III? Did Curze purge his own legion elsewhere? The internal politics of the Night Lords Legion were, in one sense, quite simple. Unified under Konrad Curze, absolutely everyone knew that they were constantly in danger of being killed personally by Konrad Curze. And so, the internal politics evolved in a grim and predictable direction. The combination of Curze's fatalism, his direct and violent approach to leadership, the predatory nature of the Nostromo recruits, and the overall terror which they both inspired in their enemies and that he inspired in his legion created a unique dynamic that explains why there were no loyalist elements by the time of Istvan III, and why there may not have been purges in the traditional sense, but instead a slide into chaos. Curze's absolute authority is the bedrock of the Legion. From the beginning, as soon as he met them, Curze ruled his legion with an iron fist in exactly the same way that he had ruled Nostromo. His word was law, and his terrifying aura of certainty made his decisions seem inevitable, even when they were insane. This stifled any potential dissent. The Nostromo origin Marines revered him as a godlike figure, hated but also feared, while the Terran origin Marines either fell in line or were ground down by his ruthless leadership. They were not inspired by him. He was no Lionel Johnson. The influence of Nostromo origin recruits fundamentally reshaped his legion, both by being ruthless criminals who respected only power, and by respecting the power and fear that Curze commanded. I keep using the word terror. I'm using it too much. Their sheer numbers, coupled with their unflinching loyalty to Curze's vision of terror as a tool of governance and their own love of terror as a tool of fun, overwhelmed any lingering Terran influence. Curze maintained control and unity of his legion, not through camaraderie or shared ideals, but through fear. Marines who disagreed with his methods rarely voiced their concerns, as doing so would invite his wrath. This culture of fear ensured that dissent was minimal and kept largely hidden, preventing the formation of loyalist factions within the Legion. Only Sevatar, high-ranking and with some amount of camaraderie with Konrad Curze, could dare to voice opinions of his own without immediate fear of being killed. He could not have assembled a following. Curze's fatalism and his belief in his prophetic visions left no room for doubt or internal division. He saw the heresy as inevitable and acted to ensure his legion was wholly aligned with his own prophetic vision. By the time of the Istvan III massacre, Horus had selected those legions he believed were most committed to his cause, and those he believed could be turned by Lorgar in the run-up to Istvan V. The Night Lords, under Konrad Curze's leadership, were ideologically aligned with the traitor forces. They were happy to do whatever Curze said, and if what he said allowed them to act out their base impulses against random civilian worlds in the Imperium, so much the better. Thus, there was no significant dissent within the Legion that could manifest as a loyalist faction. While there is no specific record of a formal purge that I could find in canon, Curze's leadership style and the culture of the Night Lords made it unlikely that dissent could take root. Potential deserters had long since either been rooted out... Potential dissenters had long since been rooted out and executed, died in battle, or been suppressed through the Legion's internal politics of fear and domination. Unable to coordinate with each other due to the fear of Konrad Curze acting upon them from above, they were unable to form a faction, such as the anti-Butcher's Nails faction that formed within the World Eaters. Now, unlike some Primarchs who conducted formal purges, like at Istvan III, with the World Eaters and Death Guard and such, Curze's leadership style ensured that any dissent could only happen on a person-by-person basis, and thus was immediately amenable to his own personal leadership style of violence, violently and publicly making an example of such individuals. And so, Terran origin Marines who were resistant to Curze's methods and willing to act against him met their ends much earlier in the Legion's transformation. The Nostromo origin recruits were not only loyal to Curze, though only because of the threat of retribution, but also instrumental in enforcing his vision within the Legion. Any squad mates of theirs who originated on Terra were quickly outnumbered and marginalized, leading their viewpoint to become extinct within the Legion. Curze's paranoia and fatalism led him to amass the most power as an individual Primarch within his Legion and ideologically unify it under his authoritarian rule well before the heresy began. His leadership style was inherently suppressive, ensuring that dissent never had the chance to grow, and also ensured that he never had high-ranking individuals who could have replaced him. Thus, when he died, they immediately devolved into a bunch of warbands. By the time of Istvan, the Night Lords were a reflection of Curze's own dark philosophy, ruthless, fear-driven, and entirely loyal to his vision of terror as justice. In this way, Curze's preemptive measures eliminated the need for purges during the heresy itself. The Night Lords were already primed to follow him into treachery, with no loyalist faction remaining to stand in their way. It would have been quite difficult for him to lead them as loyalists, but it was very easy for him to lead them as traitors. The pre-heresy deeds of the Night Lord's Legion throughout the Great Crusade provide interesting insight into their evolution as a force of terror and brutality, as well as their Primarch Konrad Curze's ideology and leadership. These actions show us the interplay between the Legion's roots as enforcers of imperial compliance, especially on worlds that had already been conquered by someone else, and their gradual descent into methods of outright sadism, shaped by the dark philosophies of their Primarch and their own darker impulses. After Curze joined the Imperium, the Night Lords under his command were tasked with bringing the Nostromo sector into compliance. Their tactics were unflinchingly brutal, targeting not just enemy and resisting forces, but also civilian populations to instill fear. This was his first test for his legion, seeing if they would do the atrocities that he wanted them to. Entire worlds were cowed into submission without any substantial fight, as the reputation of the Night Lords spread like wildfire. Their success was measured in the number of planets brought into compliance with minimal military engagement, and Konrad Curze was quite pleased with his legion. This campaign established the legion's identity as masters of psychological warfare and brutal deterrence. It also set a dangerous precedent. Results mattered more than methods, both to Konrad Curze and to the Emperor's reaction to him. This reinforced Curze's belief that fear was the most effective tool for conquest and for maintaining order. The Night Lords annihilated rebellious systems, targeting not just military forces but civilian population, destroying cities, executing political leaders and public spectacles, making broadcasts on audio or video systems throughout the systems. Curze's justification was always that such actions would prevent future rebellions and convince nearby planets and systems to go along with compliance without making a big fuss, thus saving lives in the long run by demonstrating the consequences of defiance. Now, whether that justification mattered to him perfectly or whether that was just what he said out loud to the imperial bureaucracy and the mechanisms of the Great Crusade, that's a different matter. Who knows? Anyway, these methods used in various campaigns reveal Curze's cold utilitarianism. Any atrocity was acceptable if it served the goals of long-term compliance and order. But it also highlights the growing moral dissonance within the Legion. When Marines questioned the necessity of such extremes, both within the Night Lords and outside of the Night Lords, Konrad Curze did not care for their opposition. The most well-described such campaign in canon is the compliance of Cheraut. I think I'm pronouncing that right. The Cheraut campaign saw the Night Lords unleashed on a planet embroiled in a brutal civil war, alongside the Imperial Fists and Emperor's Children. Curze ordered mass executions of both factions, killing huge numbers of prisoners, deeming the entire population guilty of perpetuating the conflict. This did lead to the pacification of the world, but at the cost of millions of lives and the near total destruction of Cheraut's infrastructure. And so we see Curze's black and white morality. The guilty must be punished without exception, even if it means collateral damage on an unprecedented scale. This campaign also underscored his growing isolation from other imperial authorities who were beginning to question the legitimacy of his methods. It's not a coincidence that his fight with Rogel Dorn happened immediately following Cheraut. As is common, the exact details of canonical battles are not well described in most cases. Deal with it. Anyway, pre-heresy, the Night Lords clashed with other legions over differences in ideology and methods, occasionally coming close to blows. This is in addition to Curze's conflicts with Magnus and Dorn, described elsewhere. The Ultramarines, in particular, led by Guilliman, were appalled by the Night Lords' brutality, while the Salamander's emphasis on protecting civilians stood in stark contrast to the Night Lords' disregard for collateral damage. These political conflicts highlight the growing isolation of the Night Lords within the Imperium. Curze's belief in fear as justice alienated his legion from others, solidifying their reputation as pariahs among their brothers. Using these various conflicts, despite their poorly documented nature in canon, we can understand the Legion and their Primarch better. The Night Lords were instruments of fear above all else. The Legion's pre-heresy actions reflect both Curze's belief that fear is the most effective means of control and the legion's understanding that fear was the point, an end in itself. Their successes were undeniable, but their methods alienated them from the ideals of the Great Crusade. Over time, the Night Lords' reliance on fear evolved into outright cruelty, particularly as Nostromo origin recruits began to dominate the Legion and found that they quite enjoyed causing fear in civilians. Curze's fatalism and paranoia only accelerated this descent, leading to a Legion increasingly ruled by its darkest impulses. The Night Lord's actions reveal Konrad Curze's struggle to reconcile his dark visions with the ideals of the Imperium. His methods were tolerated because they achieved results. They were never going to have a monarchia-style punishment like what happened with the Word Bearers. They conquered worlds quickly, and those worlds were not likely to rebel. That's what mattered to the Great Crusade's apparatus. But his methods also exposed the contradiction within the Emperor's vision of unity through conquest and the Emperor's broad ideology of uplifting humanity. And thus the Legion's pre-heresy deeds laid the groundwork for their eventual betrayal. Curze's isolation, the growing moral decay of the Nostromo recruits, and the alienation of dissenting voices within the Legion created a volatile mix that made the Night Lords ripe for corruption when the heresy began. And so, in summary, the Night Lords' pre-heresy actions were a reflection of Konrad Curze's philosophy. While their campaigns achieved results, they also revealed inherent flaws within Curze's worldview, setting the stage for their eventual fall into treachery and madness. Let's take a moment to specifically contrast the Night Lords' approach to compliance with legions which were more likely to pursue protracted diplomacy, such as the Lunawolves, legions which were more likely to spend time rebuilding after compliance, such as the Word Bearers, and legions which may have been similar to the Night Lords in some ways, such as the World Eaters. Doing so may allow us to learn more about all of these. The Night Lords' approach to compliance after reuniting with Konrad Curze was uniquely grim, driven by their Primarchs' philosophy of fear as the ultimate tool for control, and driven by their upper leadership's gradual realization that they enjoyed causing fear as its own end. By contrasting this with other legions' methods, we can highlight both how the Night Lords were unique and the broader complexities of the Great Crusade. Anyway, Lunawolves first. The Lunawolves, led by Horus, often pursued compliance through negotiation and understanding. They preferred to integrate planets and cultures into the Imperium with minimal bloodshed when possible. Horus was a charismatic and strategic leader, capable of inspiring loyalty and fostering collaboration. While they could be brutal when necessary, the Lunawolves used violence not as their first resort. It was a calculated means to achieve specific ends. Meanwhile, the approach of the Night Lords was one of totalitarian fear. The Night Lords generally skipped diplomacy altogether, relying on overwhelming violence and public punishment in order to enforce compliance. Their approach prioritized immediate submission through terror over long-term integration. Unlike the Lunawolves, the Night Lords left compliant worlds scarred, making it less likely that they would rebel, but also leaving them dysfunctional, traumatized, and less useful as sources of recruits and supplies for the Great Crusade. So the Lunawolves' method fostered loyalty and stability and accelerated the Great Crusade, aligning with the Emperor's broader vision of a unified Imperium. But the Night Lords, by fostering compliance through dread, left little room for loyalty or long-term stability. While they may have helped to prevent newly compliant worlds from considering rebelling after they'd been conquered by some other legion, they also caused a deep crack in the loyalty of worlds in the Great Crusade. Now, the Word Bearers, led by Lorgar, sought to not only conquer worlds, but to convert them to what he saw as the Imperial truth. Their campaigns generally included significant, slow efforts to rebuild infrastructure and instill ideological unity within those worlds. They were willing to spend considerable time on compliance, seeing their work as a sacred mission rather than just a military conquest. The Night Lords prioritized swift compliance through fear, not investing in rebuilding, and only caring about ideological alignment on the surface. They just cared about whether worlds went into outright rebellion. Unlike the Word Bearers, the Night Lords had no interest in the spiritual or cultural state of compliant worlds. Their only concern was ensuring that the worlds did not rebel and paid their tithes. The Word Bearers' approach was fundamentally constructive, aimed at creating a lasting unity based on shared belief. We'll get into why that had problems later. The Night Lord's approach was inherently destructive, sowing fear but not lasting cohesion. And so you found situations in which a world could be conquered by, say, the Luna Wolves, and then later on the Night Lords come by, showing a completely different side to the face of Imperial compliance, making worlds think twice about rebelling, but also think twice about unconditional loyalty. Now, like the Night Lords, the World Eaters relied heavily on violence to achieve compliance, with Angron not caring about diplomacy. However, their motivation was rooted in Angron's martial ethos and the Legion's growing love and need for slaughter. The World Eaters sought combat and often escalated conflicts in order to maximize the immediate fighting in the first hours of conquest. Their violence was chaotic and driven by their Primarch's internal rage and the effects of the Butcher's nails, just as it was his absurdly tight deadlines and the threat of decimation. Now, while the Night Lords also used violence, their approach was calculated, aimed at instilling maximum psychological trauma. Unlike the World Eaters, Konrad Curze took no joy in battle. Only his subordinates did. His violence was a means to an end, not an expression of his nature. It was the Night Lords underneath him who realized that fear was their end and the expression of their own nature. Ultimately, that's the ethos that lived past Konrad Curze, which we can see in various novelizations. The World Eaters' compliance campaigns were often chaotic and fueled by a love of battle, but the Night Lords' campaigns were cold, calculated, and with a degree of dispassion. The World Eaters thrived in combat, but the Night Lords thrived in terrorizing their enemies into submission. They didn't need to fight. They needed their opponents to be afraid. Legions like the Luna Wolves represented the ideal balance of diplomacy and Roosevelt-style big stick diplomacy, that is, having force available to back it up. This embodied the Emperor's vision of unity through reason and strength. Legions like the Word Bearers emphasized ideological unity and long-term stability. although the word-bearers specifically let their zeal lead to inefficiency compared to, for example, the Ultramarines. The World Eaters shared the Night Lords' reliance on violence, but diverged in motivation and execution. The World Eaters pursued battle, while the Night Lords pursued terror, each of which only saying that compliance was their goal, while really it became less and less the important thing to the individual Marine. The Night Lords' approach to compliance was ultimately unsustainable, as it undermined the Imperium's goal of lasting unity. Their reliance on fear created fractured and resentful worlds, contrasting sharply with the approaches of legions that valued diplomacy or rebuilding. This difference highlights the deep flaws in both the Night Lords' methods and in the personal philosophy of their Primarch. That is to say a different way. The Night Lords' philosophy of compliance was largely that of a negative peace, which is the absence of conflict, rather than the positive peace, which is the presence of justice. So why then did the Imperium come to rely on similar methods post-heresy? I feel that the Imperium's eventual reliance on methods similar to Konrad Curze's philosophy of compliance through fear and force stems from several intertwined factors. We can see the love of expedience over all, resource limitations, ideological rigidity, and the grim realities of governing a vast and diverse set of cultures within the galaxy. This reliance highlights the internal contradictions and compromises inherent in the Imperium's attempt to maintain order. The Imperium spans a galaxy of roughly 1 million worlds, each with unique cultures, histories, challenges, sometimes their own languages. Enforcing compliance and maintaining order on such a scale requires immense resources, both material and human. Methods rooted in terror and punitive measures required fewer resources and less understanding of local culture compared to sustained diplomatic engagement or rebuilding efforts. A single public act of brutality could sometimes deter rebellion across an entire sector, instead of having to learn the individual cultures of a dozen different worlds. And so the Imperium's overstretched bureaucracy and military decided not to attempt positive peace on every world, instead leading to the adoption of fear-based strategies to ensure minimal rebellion with minimal effort. The Emperor's vision for the Imperium emphasized unity above all else, even at the expense of justice or equity. He paid lip service to the idea that things would change after the Great Crusade was over, and he uplifted humanity into some transcendent civilization, but he sure didn't take efforts to make it happen during the Crusade. The Emperor prioritized the survival of humanity through unity, believing that the ends justified the means. Fear-based compliance thus became a necessary evil in worlds resistant to compliance. If you were going to reject the imperial truth, they would force it upon you at the point of a sword. The Emperor's willingness to tolerate Konrad Curze's methods on Nostromo and his actions throughout the Great Crusade, or similarly brutal tactics by other legions and other institutions, sent a tacit message to the wider Imperium. Methods do not matter as much as results. The Imperium's dogmatic adherence to the imperial truth, and later the Ecclesiarchy's doctrines, left little room for nuanced governance. The Imperium demanded conformity to its ideals, often through violence, but the rigidity of its ideology made fear a convenient tool for enforcing compliance. And yes, the Imperium sometimes condemned the Night Lord's excesses during the Great Crusade, but it did adopt similar methods on a broad scale because it was convenient, justifying the brutal crackdowns of the Arbites as necessary to preserve order and serve the greater good. The Horus heresy and the subsequent collapse of trust in the legions transformed the Imperium into a more paranoid and repressive entity. The Imperium's post-heresy governance relied on strict hierarchies and the suppression of dissent. Fear-based methods became institutionalized throughout the Imperium, most especially with the Adeptus Arbites and Officio Assassinorum, and then to a lesser degree, the Inquisition, which sometimes wanted to be unknown and invisible more than it wanted to be feared openly. The Imperium, whether it admitted it or not, learned from the Night Lord's example, recognizing the effectiveness of fear in maintaining order, even though it meant sacrificing justice. We can see there a mirror to how the ecclesiarchy adopted many of Angron's thoughts about theology and the divinity of the emperor, while simultaneously denouncing him as a horrible demon. The Imperium's reliance on negative peace reflects its broader existential struggle. The Imperium views its survival as humanity's only hope, so they take a by any means necessary approach. Survival is more important than anything else. Negative peace, ensuring compliance through fear, was seen as the quickest and most reliable way to prevent rebellion. And when the Great Crusade was worried that rebellion would divert resources away from fronts like the Olenor Orc Crusade or the Rangdan Xenocides, they picked fear immediately. The problem is, fear breeds resentment and rebellion, which necessitates further repression. The Imperium's reliance on negative peace creates a self-reinforcing cycle of brutality. The Arbites do brutal crackdowns. People rebel against the Arbites. The Imperial Guard comes in and puts down the rebellion. The Arbites crack down afterwards. The cycle goes on everywhere. And so we have the paradox of the Imperium. The Imperium's adoption of fear-based methods highlights the tension between its ideals and the grim realities of galactic governance. While the Night Lord's philosophy of compliance is antithetical to the Emperor's ideal of unity through enlightenment, the Imperium's reliance on fear-based methods reveals its ultimate inability to achieve positive peace, or unwillingness to put the effort that would be needed. This reliance is a pragmatic response to his vast scale and challenges, but also a tragic indictment of his unwillingness to put effort towards creating a just and enlightened order. The legacy of the Night Lords is thus both a condemnation of their excesses and a reflection of the Imperium's compromises, proof that, in its struggle for survival, the Imperium has embraced the same darkness that it claims to oppose. The treatment of the Night Lords by the Emperor was in many ways a hands-off approach, but it was not the only way to describe his relationship with them. Let's talk about the relationship between the Night Lords and the Emperor and Custodes. Let's try to figure out whether a custodian advisor could have been able to have any success at all. The Emperor's largely hands-off approach to the Night Lords reflected both his apparent reluctance to confront certain moral questions and his own inner self, and his pragmatic prioritization of results over methodology. However, a more hands-on involvement, such as by appointment of a custodian liaison or advisor, gives us some interesting possibilities. When the Emperor met Curze, he acknowledged the results that Curze had achieved on Nostromo, but offered no guidance or mentorship from him personally, and only a short time of mentorship with Fulgrim. Thus, his delegation of authority over the Night Lords effectively endorsed Curze's brutal methods, even if he didn't say so outright. By placing Curze in command without significant oversight, that is, the emperor implicitly accepted the Night Lords as a necessary tool for achieving compliance through fear. The emperor's broader policy was to remain distant from the Primarchs after their discovery, focusing instead on their strategic utility. This distance was notably harmful with Curze, who needed moral guidance and emotional connection, and was certainly never going to ask for either of them. The Emperor may have found the Night Lord's methods uncomfortable, seeing in them a reflection of the darker aspect of his own governance, but these were methods that he wished to avoid confronting directly, and aspects of himself he never wanted to think about. Okay, well, what if he had delegated that? He had the Custodes, who he trusted in many ways more than the Primarchs. If he had appointed a custodian as oversight, well, listen, the Custodes generally operated as the emperor's bodyguards and, to some degree, enforcers and overseers, ensuring loyalty and discipline. However, their direct interaction with the Primarchs was generally minimal. He instead preferred to use Leman Russ as his tool to enforce compliance with the various Primarchs. The Night Lords, like many legions, thus viewed the Custodes with suspicion and resentment, but didn't have enough personal contact with them to really be afraid of them. The Custodes' perceived sense of superiority and their role as sometime enforcers made them unwelcome figures within the legions, and that certainly holds true within the Night Lords. But still, there's the possibility for influence of a custodian advisor. A custodian advisor assigned to the Night Lords could have provided a moderating influence, a mediating presence, emphasizing the emperor's broader vision and helping to curb the legion's excesses. I don't know why I pronounced it like that. Curb. Anyway, the deeply ingrained culture of fear and brutality within the Night Lords, along with Curze's paranoia and fatalism, would have made such an advisor's task extraordinarily difficult. The emperor would have needed to preemptively assign a liaison and know that the liaison's job would be to publicly resist Konrad Curze reshaping his legion, unlike how he generally wanted the Primarchs to reshape their legions to be more successful. Besides timing, the success of a custodian advisor or liaison within the Night Lords would have depended on several factors. A custodian who tried to understand Curze's trauma and paranoia could potentially have built a rapport with him, like how Sevatar did within the Night Lords, possibly offering guidance in a way that respected his autonomy while encouraging growth and not scaring him off. Conversely, a custodian who attempted to act as a strict enforcer might have exacerbated the legion's resentment and Curze's mistrust, especially if Curze felt that his leadership was being undercut by the custodian. Curze needed a potential for redemption, but this would have needed him to be open to mentorship and the possibility of change. He would have probably needed a deeper emotional connection with the emperor before he would have been able to emotionally justify forming a connection with a custodian. However, if that had been achieved, an advisor might have been able to guide him toward a more constructive path. The big problem is Curze's fatalistic belief in his prophetic vision and his distrust of others would have made him resistant to any external influence. The Night Lords' culture, shaped by Nostramo's brutality and the Primarchs' methods of enforcing dictatorial, autocratic rule through fear and personal violence, would have resisted outside interference, viewing a custodian as an unwelcome imposition. But if he did a good job, a custodian advisor could have fostered change within the legion. particularly among more moderate elements and maybe among the Terran origin Marines, making a counterbalance to Curze's excesses. The Emperor's hands-off approach, lack of direct mentorship, and unwillingness to attempt emotional bonding left the Night Lords and their Primarch to operate largely unchecked, leading to their darker tendencies dominating. While the introduction of a custodian advisor might have provided a moderating influence, success would have required a number of unlikely factors. Curze's willingness to change, a carefully chosen custodian capable of navigating the Legion's unique challenges without being too high-handed. None of this was going to happen. It would have been worth a try, though. This missed opportunity highlights a broader pattern in the Emperor's relationship with his Primarchs. His failure to provide the emotional connection and moral guidance many of them desperately needed. For the Night Lords, this absence cemented their role as enforcers of fear, a grim reflection of the Imperium's reliance on brutality to achieve compliance, and a hypocritical example of how the Imperium needed such enforcers, but declined to acknowledge that it wanted such enforcers. All right, let's talk about a couple possible alternate approaches and think about whether they might have led the Night Lords to stay loyal during the Horus Heresy. Okay, first, the actions of the Night Lords are unchanged, but the Emperor officially endorses them as necessary to maintain order and chastises other Primarchs such as Guilliman who speak out against Curze's methods. Or 2, through some sort of moderating influence and by fixing the problem of horrible Nostromo recruits being drawn from the worst of the worst, the actions of the Night Lords are moderated somewhat, resulting in the Legion being harsh due to a belief it's necessary rather than being cruel for enjoyment. Neither of these possibilities were ever likely, but we're going to talk about them anyway because it's fun. Okay, so the Emperor officially endorses the Night Lords' methods, openly acknowledging the necessity of their brutality and framing their actions as an essential aspect of maintaining order in the Imperium, chastising other Primarchs who criticize Curze's methods, and positioning Curze and his Legion as an indispensable tool of compliance. Okay, first off, this would immediately result in strengthened Night Lords' loyalty during the Horus Heresy. Curze and his Legion would feel vindicated and supported, thus solidifying their loyalty to the Emperor. This endorsement would address Curze's feelings of isolation and paranoia, his validation he desperately craved, and the Emperor's lack of respect in public for his efforts. However, it would have led to resentment among other Primarchs, especially those with more idealistic or diplomatic philosophies. They might become resentful of the Emperor's tacit approval, and even more resentful of the Emperor's explicit approval of such extreme methods. This might have led to increased friction within the Imperium and further polarized opinions about the Emperor's governance. I'm not saying it would have led to the Ultramarines becoming traitors, but it wouldn't have been a costless proposition. The other problem is that this official endorsement would encourage the Night Lords to escalate their actions. It would give them free rein to impose what they thought of as order through fear and cruelty. Primarchs like Vulcan and Ferrus Manus, who already distrusted Curze for good reason, would grow even more alienated from him, further fragmenting the unity of the legions. So, sure, it's conceivable that this combination of validation and integration into the Emperor's grand strategy might have prevented Curze from siding with Horus at Istvan V. because his need for approval and recognition would have been fulfilled, so that particular emotional wound would not have been available for Lorgar to claw into. However, any perceived betrayal of this endorsement by the Emperor could have led to an even more catastrophic breakdown in trust. It would be a tough tightrope to walk for the Emperor to say, "You're doing good work," and then a month later say, "Holy cow, maybe back off a little." Meanwhile, if the Emperor took steps to moderate the Night Lord's behavior, perhaps addressing the recruitment issues on Nostramo, fostering a culture of justice rather than cruelty, and maybe assigning a moderating influence such as a custodian liaison, hopefully, as well as providing some actual personal mentorship instead of just a little bit of fulcrum here and there, it might have done something. It's hard to say what exactly this would have done for the Night Lord's loyalty during the Horus Heresy, so I'm going to wildly speculate here. I feel that a moderated Night Lord's Legion, bound by principles of necessity rather than cruel enjoyment of what they did, would likely have been less alienated from the other legions. They would have believed more in the imperial truth, is what I'm saying. This might have made them more likely to remain loyal during the heresy, especially if they shared closer ties with their brother legions. Now, the effectiveness of this moderation would hinge on Curze's willingness to embrace these changes. If Curze saw the moderation as an improvement, grasped a path for redemption, and didn't become disabused of his ideas about fate and what was worthwhile, then he may have remained loyal. But if he reviewed it as a rejection of his vision, or if he decided in his resentment and paranoia that his rebellion was inevitable due to his prophetic visions, then they would have rebelled anyway. Now, the cultural effects on the Night Lords might have been worthwhile anyway. Recruiting more balanced candidates, more stable candidates, and instilling a culture of harsh justice rather than sadistic fear, the Night Lord's Legion might have retained its effectiveness while shedding its reputation for unnecessary cruelty and making each individual Marine less likely to just go along with treason. Thus, a more moderate Night Lord's Legion would likely have been more integrated into the broader framework of the Imperium, reducing their alienation from other legions and the imperial bureaucracy. By having improved mental stability of each recruit, I'm saying, it could have led to improved legion stability. Moderation could have prevented the descent into outright rebellion, as the legion's actions would have been more consistent with the Emperor's vision for the Imperium. Even in this scenario, Curze's fatalism and prophetic certainty would have been obstacles to long-term loyalty. However, a more supportive environment might have mitigated these tendencies. If the Emperor endorsed the Night Lord's methods, it might have made them more likely to be loyal during the heresy, but it would have been a difficult thing to do without deepening divisions among the other legions and sowing so much discord that it was unhelpful. This path likely results in a more fractious Imperium, even if the Night Lords remain loyal. Moderation offers a greater chance for long-term cohesion and loyalty, but it would have been dependent on Curze accepting the changes and transitioning the Legion's long-term path away from a culture of cruelty for its own sake. This path would be challenging, but it would align better with the Emperor's stated goals and might have resulted in a stronger Imperium overall. Both scenarios highlight the complexity of Curze's character, the weakness of the philosophy within the Legion, and the Legion's strained relationship with the broader Imperium. We can see an emphasis on the importance of leadership, cultural dynamics and the emperor's personal role in shaping the Primarchs. How do the actions of Konrad Curze and the Night Lords during the heresy, before his assassination, inform us of their character? Thankfully, there's a lot of textual evidence about this throughout the Horus Heresy novels, and this reveals a great deal about both their culture as a legion and their Primarchs' complex motivations and worldview. Let's talk about some key aspects of their behavior during this period and what they tell us about them. Their strategy and tactics. Terror is a tool of war. The Night Lords used terror as a primary weapon during the heresy, not just to demoralize and cow their enemies, but also to indulge their sadistic tendencies. They attacked civilian populations and non-combatants with impunity, turning entire worlds into charnel houses to spread fear. What this shows us is that the Night Lords' actions were gradually descending into chaos, philosophical if not literal, and their internalization of Curze's belief that fear is the most effective tool for maintaining order was gradually giving way to a belief that fear was fun. Unlike other traitor legions who fought for ideological reasons, such as the Word Bearers, or out of loyalty to Horus directly, notably the Sons of Horus, the Night Lords seemed to act out of nihilism, cruelty, and an ingrained belief that humanity was inherently corrupt and needed to be ruled through fear. Curze's participation in the heresy was marked by an ambiguity born partially from his madness. He did not join Horus out of love of the Chaos Gods or loyalty to Horus, but rather out of a belief that the Emperor's belief was doomed to fail, that Horus's rebellion was a foregone conclusion, and that he was going to fight on the side of Horus because he had foreseen these things in his prophetic visions. Curze frequently criticized Horus and the other traitor Primarchs, seeing them as hypocrites and opportunists, and he was often correct, but he himself was hypocritical. Curze's fatalism and prophetic certainty shaped his actions. He saw the heresy not as a betrayal of the Emperor, but as an inevitable unfolding of events that he had foreseen. This detachment from Horus's cause reflects Curze's isolation and lack of alignment with either side. His actions were not driven by ambition or loyalty, but by his deeply ingrained cynicism about humanity and his belief that justice, as he defined it, was unattainable. The Night Lords were plagued by internal division, with Curze struggling to maintain control over a legion increasingly ruled by sadists and opportunists. Many of the Nostraman origin Marines embraced cruelty for its own sake, deviating from Curze's vision of fear as a tool of order to instead view fear as an end in itself. Curze often clashed with his subordinates, particularly commanders who sought to use their newfound freedom from the Imperium for personal gain. This led to initial moves against his philosophy to be taken in the shadows as small war bands gradually formed without overt fighting against him. This internal strife within the Night Lords illustrates the breakdown of cohesion and discipline within the Legion. Curze's inability to inspire loyalty or unity reflects his failure as a leader, stemming from his own fractured psyche and inability to trust others. The Legion's descent into chaos and fragmentation, which we'll get to when we talk about Thramas, mirrored Curze's own mental decline and his growing disillusionment with his purpose. Curze increasingly acted in ways that demonstrated his death wish. Yes, he foresaw his death at the hands of an assassin, but he deliberately antagonized his brothers, notably Rogel Dorn and Lionel Johnson, and courted retribution from the Imperium. Perhaps he would have been okay with dying before what he foresaw. His public displays of brutality seemed aimed at provoking the Emperor's condemnation or punishment sometimes, reinforcing his belief in the inevitability of his own doom. We talked before about the model of someone with borderline personality disorder pushing people away to prove themselves that people will leave them. Curze's self-destructive actions highlight his deep-seated need for validation and his desperate desire for someone to prove him wrong or prove him right. His inability to see beyond his fatalistic visions drove him to behave in ways that would confirm his worst fears, creating a tragic cycle of self-fulfilling prophecy. Especially during the heresy, the Night Lords leveraged their reputation to maximum effect, relying on their horrific deeds to intimidate entire star systems into surrender without a fight. However, their use of fear often undermined the very stability they sought to impose and benefit from. Their victims' terror gave way to rebellion or flight, and at the very least caused decreased production of war material. This reliance on terror demonstrates both the strength and weakness of the Night Lord's philosophy. While fear could achieve short-term victories, it was unsustainable in the long term. Curze's lack of foresight in this regard reflects his nihilism and his fundamental misunderstanding of the human spirit's resilience. Okay, let's talk about specific examples of actions during the Horus Heresy. The most obvious one, Istvan V, the Night Lords participated in the Drop Site Massacre, the formal start of the Horus Heresy. I suppose you could count Istvan III. Whatever. Curze was supposedly turned to the side of the traitors by Lorgar immediately prior to the Battle of Istvan V, alongside Alfarius and Perturabo. However, I feel that a closer reading of the text regarding the run-up to this event shows that Curze clearly foresaw the heresy, and, like Alfarius, had probably decided to join them already, regardless of what Lorgar said. During the Battle of Istvan V, Curze saved Lorgar's life by joining Lorgar's fight against Corax. I feel this is probably his most notable contribution to the Horus Heresy overall. After Istvan, Horus tasked the Night Lords with ensuring that worlds conquered by the traitors on their way to Terra would supply his forces with recruits and materiel, and so Curze took to this effort with the tools of fear and violence, ironically making those worlds more likely to rebel against the traitors later and side once more with the Loyalists during the Scouring, in addition to problems with war material output and production efficiency due to the terrorist acts. More effectively, the Night Lords ranged ahead of the main advance of the traitor forces and waged asymmetric warfare against Imperial worlds in order to make them less capable of organized resistance. You know, kind of like what the Alpha Legion was doing. Horus saw the effectiveness of the Night Lords at diversionary efforts to destabilize the Loyalist war effort. He saw that they were very good at this. So, to that end, he assigned to them two important tasks during the heresy: the Dark Angels and the Ultramarines. In the Thramas Crusade, he set the Night Lords to delay the entry of the Dark Angels into the main theaters of war. He wanted the Dark Angels to not be present at the Battle of Terra. It was here, interestingly, that the Night Lords had their only real schism regarding their path, between those who wanted a more militarized Night Lords Legion, led by Jago Sevatarian, and those who wanted to split into warbands to freely pillage and terrorize at will, led by Nakrid Thol. This came to a head when Curze met with Lionel Johnson in person in an attempt to convince him to join the traitors, and then fought him in single combat. Curze emerged from his fights against Lionel Johnson at Sagwalsa and Sheol with less sanity and less capacity to control his legion. Thus, the Night Lords began to fragment during the Thramas Crusade, shedding war bands as Curze commanded a smaller and smaller plurality of what he had once commanded. Thus, the Night Lords lost several important battles against the Dark Angels, fighting against themselves and shedding manpower. But they did succeed in their attempts to delay the Dark Angels joining the main theater of war. The Dark Angels would not arrive at Terra in time to reinforce the Living Emperor's war against Horus. After fighting the Dark Angels, in keeping with Horus's orders, Curze proceeded to Ultramar to engage in a series of actions to destabilize Ultramar and attempt to keep Loyalist forces pinned there away from Terra. He was only moderately successful there, lacking the manpower to do a great deal of damage. From Sotha to Ultramar, Curze fought a number of actions, both large and like little terrorist attacks, before ultimately being captured, put on trial, and ultimately jailed in a stasis field. After escaping, due to some of the worst writing that the Black Library has ever produced, Curze intentionally allowed himself to be killed by the assassin M'Shen from the Calidus Temple. Also, at some point during the heresy, Curze took some time to torture the Salamander's Primarch Vulcan for a while. Great. It's not as important overall. Anyway, the actions of Curze and the Night Lords during the Horus Heresy reveal a legion and a Primarch defined by contradictions. Order through chaos, justice through cruelty, loyalty through alienation. Curze's nihilism and fatalism permeated his legion, leading them to embody the darkest aspects of his philosophy and then go past his own philosophy into outright chaos worship. Had Curze been able to confront his own choices and find redemption, or had the Emperor provided him with guidance and support before the heresy, the Night Lords might have channeled their methods into a more sustainable and ultimately loyal role within the Imperium. Instead, their actions during the heresy served as a cautionary tale of what happens when justice becomes indistinguishable from tyranny, and when the ends justify the means. The exact timing of the destruction of Nostramo is unclear in canon. In some earlier canon, Curze had his fleet destroy Nostramo shortly before his death, long after he'd already turned traitor at Istvan. In newer canon, the timing is instead placed just after Cheraut, as he flees Imperial retribution following his fight with Rogel Dorn, prior to his participation in Istvan V. Even in newer canon, it's unclear about whether, after that, he went to Terra at the Emperor's order to explain his actions to the Emperor following this exterminatus, or whether he just sort of fled and avoided Imperial action until he went to Istvan V. I do not care to explore this ill-defined portion of canon too closely. He and ships under his command destroyed Nostramo. That's important. When exactly, I don't care. So, near the end of his life, Konrad Curze fulfills the last two prophecies he had long foreseen, cementing in his mind the idea that his actions his entire life were not moral failings because they were preordained: the destruction of Nostramo and his death at the hands of an Imperial assassin. What can we see of his possible mental state at those events? Hopelessness? Fatigue? Self-righteousness? Was he giving up because it was all too much for him? Charging forward towards the destiny he wanted? Or both? Or neither? Konrad Curze's mental state during these two prophecies, the destruction of Nostramo and his death at the hands of the Imperium, was likely an intricate web of conflicting emotions and motivations in his fragmenting mind. These events cemented his belief in the inevitability of fate, the last core of his personality in an otherwise fraying mind, revealing much about his psychological state and worldview. Curze's actions during these final events suggest a profound sense of hopelessness. He had spent his entire life haunted by his prophetic visions, and the fulfillment of these last two prophecies confirmed to him that resistance was futile and that the universe was beyond saving. The destruction of Nostromo, which he ordered, can be seen as an act of despair. Despite his earlier attempts to impose order on the world, its return to corruption justified in his mind the destruction of the world. His methods were doomed to fail because, he believed, humanity was irredeemable. We have some evidence for this interpretation. Curze often spoke of his inability to change the future and his vision's inescapable nature. Sometimes literally, sometimes he spoke more metaphorically about it. His acceptance of his death shows a resignation to his perceived lack of agency. And so hopelessness likely dominated his psyche. But it was accompanied by a bitter acceptance that his role in the universe was one of punishment and destruction. By the end of his life, Curze was deeply weary. Emotionally, mentally, spiritually, his life had been a relentless cycle of violence, isolation, and inner torment. His inability to find understanding or redemption, especially from the Emperor, and the constant strain of his prophetic visions may have left him too drained to continue fighting against his fate. Notably, Curze's refusal to resist the assassin Mshen and his surrender to his death reflect a profound exhaustion. Fatigue can be seen to play a significant role in his withdrawal from active leadership of his legion, making his surrender to fate as much an act of emotional survival as of resignation. Konrad Curze's fulfillment of his prophecies served to vindicate his belief that his actions were not moral failings, but necessary evils preordained by fate. By destroying Nostromo and accepting his own death, he felt self-righteous and vindicated, because he saw himself as fulfilling his ultimate purpose, thus proving his critics and detractors wrong. In his mind, his death at the hands of an imperial assassin symbolized the hypocrisy of the Imperium, which had condemned his methods while using similar ones themselves. This does not justify his actions, but he was correct about the hypocritical Imperium. Evidence for this can be found in canon with his speech to Mshen, in which he refuses to resist and highlights the emperor's complicity, suggesting a final attempt to assert his moral righteousness. It can also be found in his unwillingness to accept daemonhood. He was seeking his end in his own way. And so, his mental state at that time was self-righteousness with despair. He saw his death as both a personal vindication and the ultimate failure of the Imperium to live up to its ideals. By orchestrating the destruction of Nostromo and willingly meeting his end at the hands of an assassin, Curze exercised control over the two most pivotal moments of his life, finding solace in the fact that he could still dictate the terms of his fate. Once again, we see his unwillingness to accept daemonhood and the accompanying loss of agency that comes with it. This desire for control provided him with a sense of closure, even as he surrendered to the inevitability of his visions. His decision to destroy Nostromo shows a determination to end the world around him on his own terms, and his orchestrated confrontation with his assassin shows his determination to end himself on his own terms. We can see in Konrad Curze a family annihilator style serial killer. Mass murderer? I'm not sure of the terminology. Anyway, though fatalistic, Curze found a grim satisfaction in ensuring that his prophecies unfolded exactly as he had seen them, because they justified everything else he'd ever done, justified to himself. Now, while despair and exhaustion were obviously elements of his mental state, there is also the sense that Curze charged headlong towards his destiny with a grim determination. His willingness to fulfill the darkest aspects of his vision reflects an internalized belief that his suffering and actions were necessary for the Imperium. They can also be interpreted as a final rebellion against the Emperor, proving the hypocrisy of the Imperium's ideals by forcing the Imperium to kill him. Curze's provocative actions leading up to his death show us that he embraced his role as a martyr to his twisted vision of justice. We can see some evidence of this as his thumbing his nose at the trial he underwent in Ultramar. A complex mix of defiance and acceptance. Konrad Curze's insane mind felt that his death would reveal the contradictions at the heart of the Imperium. They do, but also we could see that beforehand. He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to rebel or anything. Anyway, at the end of his life, Konrad Curze's mental state was a weird, insane, paradoxical blend of hopelessness, fatigue, self-righteousness, a grim charge towards destiny. He had given up on changing his fate, but he also found a perverse satisfaction in seeing his prophecies fulfilled and his worldview vindicated to himself. His final acts reflect a man who's long ago abandoned hope, but who clings to the belief that his life has meaning, even if it's only to prove that something else has no meaning, notably the Imperium's ideals. Curze's end is a tragic reflection of his life. It was a desperate search for justice and meaning, overshadowed by his inability to escape his own darkness. Woof. Okay, let us re-examine the potential use of the Fellowship, switching leadership of the legions temporarily in an effort to have the Primarch improve by learning and growing from their nephews, and to have the legions improve by learning their best lessons from their uncle. Maybe Sanguinius and Curze spend time together and fight alongside each other in an effort to have Sanguinius's empathy improve Curze, and then they switch legions temporarily in an effort to have the Blood Angels improve Curze and have Sanguinius improve the Night Lords. Let's look at some potential benefits and potential risks of this strategy. I feel that this exchange leadership, or switch leadership role, presents fascinating possibilities for growth and learning, just as it comes with significant risks. Okay, so potential benefits for Konrad Curze. He might learn empathy and restraint from the Blood Angels Legion. He might first be exposed to Sanguinius's empathy as they work together. Sanguinius's profound ability to connect with others and inspire loyalty could help Curze to see an alternative approach to leadership that does not rely on fear and brutality. Sanguinius's ability to balance his own inner darkness and that of his legion with compassion might show Curze that his own visions and inner turmoil do not have to define him. Meanwhile, the Night Lords might learn positive leadership from Sanguinius. It would be an abrupt shift in leadership culture, as he would inspire the Night Lords to move away from cruelty and fear-based methods towards a more disciplined, principled, militarized approach to compliance, with his own intensely skilled diplomatic efforts influencing them in wonderful ways. With Sanguinius at the helm, the Legion might attempt to rebuild and rehabilitate worlds similar to Nostromo, rather than tearing them down and building them back up in the image of Nostromo, thus fostering positive relationships with Imperial citizens and showing the Nostromo origin Night Lords that they themselves could be made better. For Sanguinius, he might gain a deeper understanding of justice. Leading the Night Lords would expose Sanguinius to the harsh realities of Curze's methods, challenging his own ideals and giving him a more nuanced understanding of the Imperium's complexities. Sometimes you do just find a terrible society which needs fear and the threat of punishment to function, and the Night Lords Legion itself was one such society. Dealing with the brutal and distrustful Night Lords could push Sanguinius to develop new leadership strategies to win over a legion with vastly different values. The Blood Angels might actually improve from this. Under Curze, they might adopt a harsher stance against rebellion and treachery, honing their ability to deliver swift, decisive justice when necessary, even as a preventative measure when when rebellion is only fomenting and has not outright caught fire yet. I'm mixing metaphors. Deal with it. Curze's focus on the darker sides of humanity could force the Blood Angels to confront their own flaws in a new way, including their hidden struggles with the Red Thirst. Now, there are a number of potential risks to this pairing. Konrad Curze might find his fatalism and isolation more deeply entrenched. His paranoia and resistance to change might lead him to reject Sanguinius's methods as naive or impractical, reinforcing his belief that his brutal approach is the only viable path. If Curze felt judged or overshadowed by Sanguinius's success, either with the Blood Angels before or with the Night Lords during the switch, it could deepen Curze's feelings of inadequacy and isolation, worsening his mental state. The Night Lords, deeply cynical, and many of them loyal to Konrad Curze's brutal philosophy, might reject Sanguinius's leadership, leading to internal strife or even outright rebellion. A sudden shift away from their fear-based methods might cause the Night Lords to lose their sense of purpose, creating confusion and morale issues within the Night Lords Legion. Exposure to the Night Lords' cruelty and to Curze's fatalistic worldview could put Sanguinius at risk by pushing him closer to his own inner darkness, potentially destabilizing his otherwise balanced nature. Leading the Night Lords might force Sanguinius to compromise his own ideals to maintain control, leading to internal conflict and self-doubt. The Blood Angels, meanwhile, might overcorrect. Curze's influence might push the Blood Angels towards excessive ruthlessness under his direction, risking their reputation and their own internal balance. Or it might cause them to overcorrect in defiance of Konrad Curze, making them less willing to do what's necessary when it is actually necessary. The Blood Angels' more idealistic elements might even rebel against Curze's harsh leadership and methods, leading to factionalism and an identity crisis within the Legion. I find that this proposed exchange has immense potential for growth, but is fraught with peril. In an ideal scenario, Sanguinius would be able to help Curze learn to temper his darkness with empathy, and Curze could help the Blood Angels to sharpen their discipline and their willingness to put down rebellion before it grows out of control. However, the risks, particularly to Curze's fragile mental state and due to the Night Lord's volatile nature, are significant. For this exchange to succeed, it would require careful mediation and support, perhaps from trusted figures like Malcador, or maybe by custodian advisors. Without such safeguards, and possibly even with such safeguards, such an experiment could exacerbate existing flaws rather than heal them, potentially driving both Primarchs and their legion further toward ruin. I shall preface this next part by saying I have never taken a formal class in psychology. Is it reasonable to say that others' expectations of a person shape their actions? Perhaps the Pygmalion effect, or Rosenthal effect, may be useful considerations, especially considering the full immersion idea. So, for example, Angron, being known to everyone as a former gladiator with tremendous bitterness, may push him towards the pursuit of actions of terrible violence. But hidden Angron, working alongside salamanders during missions to save civilians from a burning building, or dig guardsmen out of rubble or something, may nudge him towards doing such things as a matter of course, even despite the ever-present pain of the nails, which, unfortunately, during a full immersion style fellowship, he would have no explanation for. Similarly, Curze, leading the Night Lords, may push him to give them orders to do acts of cruel and harsh punishment because that's what they're known for. But Curze, finding himself as the leader of the Blood Angels, may find himself pressured towards ordering the Blood Angels in similar ways to Sanguinius, because that's what the Brothers of the Blood Angels expect of their leader. To recap, as I understand it, from my limited knowledge, the Pygmalion effect or the Rosenthal effect posit that higher expectations from others can lead to improved performance, while lower expectations can result in diminished outcomes. We're not talking just about like performance on a test or something. We're talking about shaping behavior, values, and a Primarch's self-concept. People internalize what is expected of them. So Angron among the salamanders, Angron typically seen as a brutal warrior whose rage and gladiatorial past define his identity, has that perception feed into his actions, reinforcing a cycle of violence and alienation. Meanwhile, the salamanders, shaped by Vulcan, but even before meeting Vulcan, are known for their humanity, compassion, and dedication to protecting the weak. If Angron were expected to act in line with those values, he might begin performing actions like saving civilians or rescuing comrades, especially non-Astartes comrades, initially because it's what is expected of a salamander, but he might gradually find fulfillment in such deeds, especially given his need for brotherhood that could result in tangible, positive outcomes for him and the gratitude of those that he helps. That might shift his identity towards someone capable of compassion and altruism, even if he doesn't consciously articulate it. This works with something called role theory, I think it's called, suggesting that people tend to conform to the roles they are placed in, particularly when those roles are reinforced by the surrounding group. Thus, it would not be just a sergeant or captain or whatever giving orders to brother hidden Angron, but the actions of his squad mates, which would encourage him to adopt salamander ideals. Similarly, Curze among the Blood Angels, his existing expectations leading the Night Lords are that they have a reputation for terror and cruelty, mirroring his own dark worldview. His identity is inextricably linked to fear and punishment, perpetuating his descent into nihilism. As a leader of the Blood Angels, or as a immersion-style brother of the Blood Angels, Curze would be surrounded by Astartes who venerate beauty, artistry, diplomacy, and noble sacrifice. They would look to him for inspiration, leadership, and acts of valor. To meet their expectations, once he had rank in the Blood Angels, Curze might find himself giving orders that align with their ethos, such as defending civilians, or holding fast in the face of overwhelming odds against Xenos. He might be forced to articulate principles of hope and nobility, values alien to his own natural perspective, because his brothers would require them of him. And over time, performing those actions could instill a sense of pride and connection, mitigating his self-loathing and fatalism. I believe this is in keeping with something called social learning theory, where individuals adopt behaviors based on observation, imitation, and expectations from their social environment. Now, there are dangers here. If Primarchs act contrary to their self-image due to external expectations, they might experience cognitive dissonance, a psychological tension between their beliefs and actions. Resolving this is possible. They could adjust their self-concept to align with their new behavior, but they might also resolve the cognitive dissonance by rejecting the role put upon them and reverting to their previous patterns once the fellowship ends. Positive reinforcement from their new legion could, hopefully, create a feedback loop wherein the Primarchs gain validation for their actions and further embed those behaviors into their self-image and their identity, making them more likely to do such actions and make such orders when they return to their own legion. Experiencing the expectations of a different legion might highlight the flaws or strengths of their original culture and original leadership style, offering a new perspective on their identity and leadership style. And so we can see some potential outcomes from the fellowship model. By immersing a Primarch into a new environment with different expectations, Angron might find an outlet for his anger and need for brotherhood in protective and constructive ways, gaining a more balanced view and a more balanced sense of self. Curze might discover that he can inspire through hope rather than just control through fear, offering him a path to redemption. Expectations can be transformative, even, or maybe especially for, figures as dynamic as the Primarchs. Okay, there was an inciting moment with Konrad Curze, which I intentionally did not bring up when discussing him earlier, at least not in detail. His attack on Dorn. So let's discuss that now. The main source I'm going to be using for this was the short story The Dark King, which I highly recommend. It's great. So Curze and Dorn disagreed in the aftermath of the compliance campaign on Shuraut about whether prisoners should be freed to help rebuild the newly imperial world, or whether they should be executed to instill fear as a means of compliance. This is not the first time Curze clashed with another Primarch about his methods, and it wouldn't be the last. Afterwards, Fulgrim spoke with Curze alone about what happened in an effort to bond and learn why Curze was like that. In a moment of vulnerability, Curze confided in Fulgrim about his prophetic visions of doom. This is a huge moment for Curze, maybe the first real point of emotional vulnerability and attempt to bond with someone else in his life. These events are pivotal in understanding Konrad Curze's psychology and his dynamic with his brothers. In this story, we can see Curze's volatile nature, his struggle with his own morality, and his only attempt to try to connect with others. The disagreement on Cheraut exemplifies the stark philosophical divide between Curze and Dorn, sure, but more broadly between Curze and his brothers. Dorn believed in keeping the prisoners of war alive to help them rebuild, reflecting his ethos of duty, justice, and the long-term stability of the Imperium. His approach aligns with his role, remember role theory, as the Emperor's Praetorian, dedicated to constructing and defending a lasting legacy. Curze's perspective was that he advocated for executing prisoners, and indeed did so in defiance of his brothers, to instill fear and ensure immediate compliance. This reflects his belief in fear as the ultimate tool for order, shaped by his upbringing on Nostromo, where terror was the only force that allowed him to maintain social stability. This clash shows us not just their differing methodologies, but also their deeper worldviews. For Dorn, there was hope in humanity's ability to rebuild and reform. For Curze, humanity's inherent darkness made such ideals naive and doomed to failure. Curze's physical attack on Dorn later, a shocking escalation that we'll talk about more, demonstrates his inability to resolve conflicts diplomatically. It reflects Curze's fragility, his visions of doom, and his internalized belief in his own inevitable fall make him hypersensitive to perceived judgment or rejection. Dorn's disagreement and later confrontation with Curze felt like a personal attack on Curze's validity and identity. Curze often struggled with the authority of both the Emperor and his brothers, feeling isolated and misunderstood. His attack on Dorn was in many ways symbolic of his growing alienation from the ideals of the Imperium. Curze's visions of a dark, grim future added urgency to his actions, leading him to lash out violently when he felt that his methods were dismissed. Fulgrim's attempt to understand Curze was maybe the only moment of genuine emotional connection offered to the Night Haunter. Curze's willingness to open up about his prophetic visions is significant. It's the most important thing to happen in his life. For someone as reclusive and mistrustful as Curze, confiding in Fulgrim suggests a desperate hope that someone might understand him. By sharing his visions, Curze was seeking acknowledgement that his methods and beliefs, however grim, were not without merit, and he was sharing his fears that maybe he was wrong. Fulgrim's initial willingness to listen and empathize stands out, as it contrasts with his later descent into hedonism and narcissism. But in the moment, before he fucks it up, Fulgrim acts as a potential bridge for Curze, offering a chance for emotional connection. It's such a huge missed opportunity. I don't know what to tell you. Curze's attack on Dorn following this underscores his deep-seated isolation. His violent methods and dark worldview alienated him from his brothers. In this most important event, immediately following his most important moment of vulnerability, his only attempt to connect with someone else. This just put him right back on the cycle of mistrust and rejection. Curze confiding in Fulgrim reveals his suppressed need for understanding and acceptance. Despite his belief in humanity's darkness, he still yearned for someone to see and validate his struggle. Dorn attacking him verbally led him to attack Dorn physically immediately after. He's like, nope, this whole plan's not working. Back on the violence horse. This story thus encapsulates Curze's tragic trajectory. His inability to connect with his brothers and his reliance on fear as a tool of control set him on a path of self-fulfilling prophecy, as his visions of doom pushed him toward the very outcomes he foresaw. Like with Dorn, Curze had previously clashed with Guilliman over methodology, emphasizing fear and punishment over Guilliman's ideals of order and governance. The rivalry, occasionally, between Dorn and Perturabo, the constant rivalry between Dorn and Perturabo, occasionally mirrored, the philosophical divide seen between Dorn and Curze here, with one emphasizing construction and stability, and the other focusing on destruction and fear. However, Dorn's clash with Curze is less personal, is less about rivalry, and it's more about the impossibility of reconciling fundamentally opposed moral frameworks. And then there was such an opportunity for Fulgrim to help Curze here. His confiding in Fulgrim shows his deep need for connection. It was his one attempt to connect with someone else in his entire life. This moment underscores the deep missed opportunity for Curze to find healing and understanding among his brothers. And so we see the tragic isolation that defined his life and led to his fall. Okay, so here's the quote from the story about Curze attacking Dorn. Quote, "He remembered Dorn coming to his chambers, enraged by the slaughter on Cheraut and incensed at what Fulgrim had told him. Secrets Curze had told Fulgrim in confidence some days earlier. The fit had come upon Curze as the Phoenician had told him tales of Chemos, pitching him to the floor and racking his mind with terrifying visions of a nightmare future of death and unremitting darkness. Moved by Fulgrim's apparent concern, Curze had confided in his old tutor, telling him of the visions that had plagued him since his earliest days on Nostromo. A galaxy at war, Astartes turning on one another, death awaiting him at the Emperor's hands. Fulgrim's pale, aquiline features had remained stoic, but Curze had seen the unease that flickered in his eyes. He had hoped Fulgrim would keep his confession in confidence, but when Dorn had appeared at his door, he knew he was betrayed." End quote. From this, we can see that Fulgrim had attempted to bond with Curze by telling him stories about his homeworld. Then Curze had a vision in front of him and confided in him. Then after that, Fulgrim talks to Dorn about it, and then Dorn confronts Curze about it. And then during that confrontation, Curze attacks Dorn physically and nearly kills him. Another quote, "In truth, he had little memory of what had occurred after Dorn's storming accusations of insult to the Emperor. The present had faded, and the future had seized his mind with agonizing visions." Unquote. This quote shows us that, at least from the perspective of Curze, Dorn had taken some or all of what he had heard secondhand from Fulgrim as an insult to the Emperor and made no attempt to clarify or better understand Curze, instead just storming in, making wild accusations. The timeline and details add significant nuance to the dynamics between Curze, Fulgrim, and Dorn, revealing critical thematic elements. Let's look a little closer at the sequence of events and the dynamics that spring thereof. Fulgrim attempted to bond with Curze by sharing stories of Chemos, his homeworld, fostering a rare moment of openness. Moved by Fulgrim's apparent concern, Curze confided in him about his visions of doom and his existential fears. Fulgrim, perhaps out of misunderstanding, unease, or a misplaced sense of duty, shared these revelations with Dorn. Okay, so then we get to Dorn's reaction, one of his greatest mistakes in his life. Dorn confronts Curze in anger, viewing his visions or methods as an insult to the Emperor. This confrontation lacked any attempt to understand or empathize with Curze's experience or fears, escalating the situation drastically and unnecessarily. He truly was his father's son. And then, after that, under emotional and psychic duress, Curze lashes out, attacking Dorn and nearly killing him. His violent reaction was not a calculated act, it was a visceral response to betrayal by Fulgrim and rejection by Dorn. By looking closely into the order at which these things happen, we can see that it deepens the tragedy and highlights certain themes. First, the betrayal of trust. This was the only attempt by Konrad Curze to be emotionally vulnerable in his life. The moment he confided in Fulgrim was thus rare and deeply significant, revealing his suppressed desire for understanding and connection. By sharing Curze's secrets and worries and deep thoughts with Dorn, Fulgrim reinforced Curze's belief that no one could be trusted, deepening his isolation. Fulgrim did not intend harm, but his actions underline the fragility of Curze's attempt to bond with others. Meanwhile, we have the misunderstanding and judgment of Dorn. Dorn's reaction exemplifies the rigidity of his worldview, seeing Curze's visions and methods as heretical or insulting without seeking deeper understanding. This reinforces the broader theme of the Primarchs' inability to bridge their ideological divides. Dorn's confrontation was meant to assert loyalty to the Emperor, but instead it further alienated Curze. And thus we see that isolation leads to Curze's self-fulfilling prophecies. His visions of betrayal and doom were central to his identity. These events validated his fears and pushed him closer to the edge. Each betrayal, remember, he was startlingly paranoid, so each perceived betrayal and each real betrayal reinforced his fatalistic worldview, making his eventual fall almost inevitable. We can compare this with other Primarchs. Like Dorn, Guilliman also judged Curze's methods harshly, but he approached the conflict with a little more diplomacy, at a distance, avoiding outright interpersonal physical violence. Dorn's lack of subtlety in addressing the issue, really his lack of subtlety in his whole life, escalated the situation with Curze unnecessarily. Fulgrim's betrayal of Curze's trust contrasts with Fulgrim's bond with Ferrus Manus, which, while ultimately tragic, was built on mutual understanding and respect. Fulgrim's failure with Curze reveals his limits as a mediator, and we can see that perhaps as a preface to his later betrayal of Ferrus Manus. Meanwhile, Dorn's clash with Perturabo over fucking everything, but notably the defenses of the Imperial Palace, mirrors his inability to navigate differences with Curze. Dorn flipped the fuck out at Perturabo. Dorn flipped the fuck out at Curze. In both cases, Dorn's rigidity Lack of empathy and misunderstanding of nuance contributes to conflict. He's just the worst. There were some serious missed opportunities in this sequence of events with Curze. If Fulgrim had kept Curze's confidence and offered genuine support, he might have provided the connection, the empathy that Curze desperately needed. This moment reflects a broader pattern. The Emperor sure wasn't going to address the Primarchs' emotional needs, and the Primarchs often failed to address each other's emotional needs because they lacked a supportive father figure upon which to model their actions. It was still possible, but it was difficult, and it is respectable that they sometimes tried, despite limited abilities. If Dorn had been a little better, there could have been some understanding from Dorn. Dorn's confrontation could have instead been a moment to seek clarity and offer guidance. Instead, his judgment and anger deepened the divide. A more empathetic approach, that is, an approach with any empathy at all, might have prevented the violent escalation and provided Curze with an anchor. We can see then that Curze's rare moment of vulnerability with Fulgrim was met with what he perceived as betrayal when Fulgrim sought out assistance from an unhelpful brother Primarch, and Dorn's confrontational approach further entrenched Curze's sense of alienation and isolation. These interactions underscore the broader themes of mistrust and misunderstanding among the Primarchs in the lead-up to the Horus Heresy, and they show us how small moments of empathy and connection might have altered the course of history. Okay, what if Fulgrim didn't go to Dorn? What if he went to someone else? Surely Sanguinius can't have been the only one of his brothers who might have offered Curze empathy and hope for a better future. I can see Fulgrim's actions here being acceptable to Curze if it resulted in even Dorn and Fulgrim coming together to Curze to offer support. Or Fulgrim could have sought out someone else. But let us examine some potential reasons here why Dorn specifically was unable to provide more tact. Did he take those visions as an insult to himself rather than just to the Emperor due to his role as Praetorian? I think we can see a significant amount of his personality through that lens. It wasn't just a defense of the Emperor. It was a professional insult. Remember, Dorn flew off the handle at Perturabo in similar circumstances. Let's break this down and explore why Dorn reacted so harshly and tactlessly. Let's look at his personality, his role, and the dynamics between the Primarchs, and maybe we'll learn something. So Dorn was personally and professionally invested in the Emperor's vision. He had the role of Praetorian. His identity as the Emperor's chosen protector of Terra and the Imperial Palace meant that any perceived slight against the Emperor, or the Imperium overall, were also necessarily a slight against Dorn's core purpose, and thus he felt insult by proxy when Perturabo pointed out weaknesses in the Imperial Palace, and when Curze had dark visions about what the Emperor might do in the future. Curze's dark prophecies struck at the heart of Dorn's faith, secular faith, in the Emperor's vision. He felt that Curze's pessimism undermined the ideals that he, Dorn, had dedicated his life to uphold. Dorn had very rigid, literal thinking. His black and white worldview prevented him from interpreting Curze's visions as anything but treasonous and heretical. He lacked the ability to view them as cries for help or warnings, which a more empathetic person might have discerned. Dorn was not one to explore abstract fears or emotions deeply, instead focusing on practical action. This lack of emotional flexibility, this rigidity, made it difficult for him to approach Curze with the tact or nuance required. His personality could not bend, so instead, sometimes it broke, and his composure was left on the floor as he flew into a hissy fit. Okay, Fulgrim. Dorn's information about Curze came secondhand from Fulgrim, who may have, we don't know from canon, framed it in a way that emphasized Curze's instability rather than his vulnerability. This framing might have further set Dorn against Curze before the confrontation even began, having him prejudge the content of the conversation. Dorn and Fulgrim were not particularly close, and thus Dorn might have viewed Fulgrim's involvement with suspicion, believing he had ulterior motives in relaying Curze's confession. Then we get into their professional relationship. They had some amount of professional rivalry. Dorn and Curze represented very different approaches to compliance and governance. Not the hatred of similarity between Dorn and Perturabo. Curze's fear-based methods were anathema to Dorn's disciplined and ordered mindset. Their ideological clashes thus likely made Dorn less inclined to empathize with Curze. Curze's grim worldview overall could be seen as a critique of Dorn's ideals of order and stability. So thus, Dorn was already predisposed to be professionally and personally slighted by anything Curze did. He was not the person to provide help. He could have chosen to be, but he did not. Okay. If Fulgrim and a slightly more empathetic and understanding Dorn had approached Curze together, it might have reinforced the message that Curze was not alone. Fulgrim could have provided the emotional tact, while Dorn's presence could have lent legitimacy and gravitas. A combined effort might have bridged the gap between Curze's fears and Dorn's rigidity, potentially leading to a more productive dialogue. Or Fulgrim could have gone to get someone else. Sanguinius, as an example, with his own knowledge of prophecy and emotional intelligence, might have been able to reach Curze in ways Dorn could not. Dorn might have benefited from consulting Sanguinius, or anyone besides Dorn, really, before confronting Curze. Heck, it's reasonable for Fulgrim to just cut Dorn out here and go directly to Sanguinius, but whatever. Sanguinius would have acted as a counterbalance to the possibility of Dorn's stern demeanor, offering the understanding Curze craved, especially understanding of prophetic vision, while still maintaining the authority of a united front. We can see here broader themes in the narrative of miscommunication and missed opportunities. Dorn's rigidity and lack of tact mirror the Emperor's own failings in addressing the emotional needs of his sons. Like the Emperor, Dorn viewed loyalty as paramount and saw no need to explore the emotional or psychological roots of Curze's behavior. This incident highlights the repeated pattern of Curze being misunderstood and further alienated by his brothers, with the added tragedy of this being the only time he was trying to be vulnerable. Dorn's inability to engage with Curze on a deeper level reinforced Curze's belief that his visions and methods made him an outsider. Fulgrim's betrayal, or at least perceived betrayal of Curze, adds a tragic layer to the story that's already fucking tragic. Well, Fulgrim's intentions were not malicious. His actions reveal a lack of understanding about the potential consequences of what he was doing. Dorn's reaction stemmed from a combination of personal pride, his role as Praetorian, and a rigid worldview that left little room for understanding Curze's emotional or prophetic struggles. If Dorn had approached the situation with slightly more empathy, or if he had worked alongside another Primarch, it might have diffused the tension and offered Curze a chance for connection and support, an off-ramp from his path, a chance to defy prophecy instead of live it. Instead, the confrontation served only to deepen the divides among the Primarchs, setting the stage for future tragedy. Let us examine the outcome. Dorn injured, Curze imprisoned. More text from the story. "What news?" asked Curze. No, I'm not doing voices. "What news?" asked Curze, as Shang bowed curtly before him. Shang said, "The Master of the Fists recovers, my lord. A lesser being than a Primarch would be dead thrice over with the wounds you dealt him." Curze returned his gaze to the tracts of stars beyond the skin of the station, all too aware of the severity of Dorn's wounds, having clawed them with his bare hands and teeth. "Then I must await the judgment of my peers, is that it? With respect, my lord, you did draw the blood of a brother Primarch, and for that they will demand blood in return, no doubt." Unquote. Following this conversation, Curze killed his guards from the Emperor's children and fled with his legion, then destroying Nostromo, at least in a lot of canon. This is when he destroys Nostromo, and turning the legion towards rebellion and ultimately chaos. Let's look at Curze's statement, "and for that they will demand blood in return." Curze was aware of previous instances in which Primarchs were sanctioned, such as Lorgar being sanctioned directly by the Emperor, Russ being sent to punish Angron, and the apparent deaths of the 2nd and 11th Primarchs. Perhaps we can make a judgment that it was likely that Curze pursued a path of rebellion because he expected a potential alternative to be execution by the Emperor, or perhaps vigilante slaying at the hands of his brother Primarchs, perhaps Russ. We can see here, in the light of his fatalism and belief in his inevitable downfall, this perception, combined with his knowledge of previous sanctions against other Primarchs, we can see that he may have believed rebellion to be his only viable option. Now, in some canon, he goes to the Emperor, explains what happens, and then goes about his business. But whatever. Let's examine the reason behind the possibly canonical path of Curze fleeing, not responding to the Emperor's summons, and then just showing up at Istvan V. Okay, the historical precedents that Curze knew about. Curze would have known about Lorgar's public humiliation and the forced reformation of the word-bearers by the Emperor. That event showcased that disobedience, even well-intentioned disobedience, led to severe public consequences. Meanwhile, with Angron and Russ, the Emperor's willingness to send one Primarch, Russ, to discipline another, Angron, demonstrated that fraternal punishment was a legitimate method of enforcement within the Imperium. And then the mysterious fate of the 2nd and 11th legions, often rumored to involve the Emperor's direct judgment and chastisement, would have reinforced the idea that even a Primarch was not above lethal sanction. Dorn's injuries were severe enough that Curze assumed that the Emperor or his brothers would demand a harsh penalty. Unlike Lorgar's philosophical failure, or Angron killing a whole bunch of civilians as collateral damage, Curze's actions involved a direct physical assault on a sibling, making it more personal and harder to excuse. If they did not punish Curze, the bad blood between the Imperial Fists and Night Lords might lead to a wider conflict later. And then there's Curze's fatalistic worldview. Curze's prophetic visions constantly reminded him of his eventual death and doom. This belief made him interpret events through the lens of inevitability, leading him to assume that no path existed except one that ended in bloodshed. Curze's expectations of the Emperor's response almost certainly played a significant role in his decision. He was afraid of execution. Curze's knowledge of the 2nd and 11th Primarchs being killed may have convinced himself that the Emperor would have been willing to execute him. He knew that the Emperor was willing to execute his sons if they strayed too far from his vision. Curze's extreme and violent methods, combined with his prophetic nature, may have made him believe that he was too dangerous to be allowed to live. The Emperor's aloof nature and failure or unwillingness to emotionally connect with his sons left Curze and others feeling isolated and unsupported. Without trust in the Emperor's mercy, Curze may have assumed the harshest possible response is what would be chosen. Many of Curze's brothers already distrusted or disliked him due to his methods and demeanor. Dorn, as both the victim and the Emperor's Praetorian, might have sought personal vengeance, or perhaps could have rallied other Primarchs to demand retribution. Curze's belief in this possibility would have deepened his paranoia, and it's difficult to say that he would be wrong to come to that conclusion. There was already a precedent for fraternal punishment. The Emperor's prior use of Russ to discipline Angron may have set a precedent in Curze's mind. He may have expected the Emperor to assign a punitive campaign against him, maybe led by Russ, maybe led by Dorn. Given these factors, rebellion, or at least fleeing until he saw a chance for himself, may have appeared to Curze as his only viable choice. By fleeing, Curze ensured at least the short-term survival of his legion and his control over his legion. The alternative, submitting to trial or capture, risked execution or imprisonment. By fleeing, he then retained the freedom to choose to rebel or to pick a good moment to rejoin the Imperium on the side of the Loyalists. It's possible that's what he was attempting to do at Istvan V before being convinced by Lorgar to rebel. We'll never know. Curze's belief in his visions meant that he saw rebellion as a way to embrace his role as a harbinger of doom. By turning against the Imperium, he could act in accordance with his belief that the galaxy was destined for chaos and destruction. He didn't have to worry about Imperial rules anymore. He could just do what his prophecies said for him to do. Also, Curze's growing bitterness towards the Emperor and his brother Primarchs may have fueled his decision. Perhaps it was rebellion as revenge against the Imperium, allowing him to strike back at an Imperium he believed had failed him and his legion and his vision of justice. We can thus see missed opportunities for redemption in this story. Curze's decision to confide in Fulgrim and his subsequent betrayal demonstrate how fragile his trust was. If anyone else had reached out with genuine empathy at this pivotal, singular moment, Curze's path might have been altered. We have a cycle of misunderstanding. The lack of emotional understanding among the Primarchs perpetuated a cycle of distrust and conflict. Curze's actions, while extreme, were shaped by this environment of alienation, and thus Curze's decision to rebel was heavily influenced by his fear of what he saw as inevitable punishment. It was shaped by historical precedents, mistrust of the Emperor's mercy, and the antagonistic relationships among the Primarchs. His attack on Dorn and his subsequent flight underscore the tragic failure of the Imperium to provide emotional support and understanding to its most unstable Primarch. Ultimately, Curze's rebellion was both a self-fulfilling prophecy and a product of the Imperium's inability to address the deeper wounds within its greatest champions. The decision of Konrad Curze to rebel against the Imperium has notable thematic similarities to the legend of Liu Bang, particularly in how both narratives involve themes of inevitability, rebellion against an oppressive order, and the interplay of prophecy and personal agency. Let's take a look at two main portions of that real-world legend. First, the legend of the White Serpent. So, a little background here. Liu Bang, a commoner of modest origin, encountered a large white serpent during his journey. After slaying the serpent, he learned of a local prophecy claiming that the Son of Heaven, an emperor of China, would be overthrown by a commoner. The serpent was interpreted as a symbol of the ruling dynasty, and its death symbolized the eventual fall of the Qin Empire. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This act of slaying the serpent marked Liu Bang as a destined figure to challenge the Qin dynasty, setting him on a path of rebellion. Although Liu Bang could have chosen not to act upon the prophecy, the act of slaying the serpent tied his fate to the downfall of the established order. Liu Bang's rebellion began as a response to oppressive rule, and his belief in a mandate of destiny, solidified by the prophecy. He used the prophecy both as a justification for his actions and as a rallying point for support. Perhaps we can see here from similarities with Konrad Curze. Prophecy and doom. Like Liu Bang, Curze was deeply influenced by prophecy, in his case, his visions of the Imperium's doom and his own death, which shaped his worldview and actions. Both figures saw prophecy not as an opportunity for hope or reform, but as an unavoidable doom which dictated their path. Acts of violence act as mythological catalysts. The slaying of the serpent was an act of defiance, which ultimately symbolized rebellion against the Qin. Similarly, Curze's attack on Dorn, another symbolic figure of the Imperium, the Praetorian, marked a turning point in his relationship with the Emperor and with his brothers. In both cases, these violent acts were not merely tactical, but also symbolic, representing a break from the existing order. Liu Bang's rebellion was justified through the prophecy of the White Serpent's death, portraying him as a destined savior. Curze, on the other hand, framed his rebellion as a fulfillment of his visions and a response to the corruption and failures he perceived in the Imperium. Both figures acted on their belief that the established order was doomed, using prophecy as both motivation and validation. Liu Bang was an outsider to the ruling elite of the Qin dynasty, much like Curze was an outsider among the Primarchs due to his brutal methods and alien mindset. This sense of isolation and distance fueled their respective rebellions. There was, of course, fear of retribution. Liu Bang's act of killing the serpent, fueling local legends about the fall of the established powers, would have made him a target of the Qin dynasty's retribution had he not eventually rebelled. Similarly, Curze's attack on Dorn and his reputation for brutality made him believe that the Imperium would demand his death, pushing him towards rebellion as a preemptive act of self-preservation. There are differences here, though. Liu Bang saw the prophecy as an opportunity. It was a mandate to change his fate and ascend to power, leading to the establishment of the Han dynasty. Curze, however, viewed his prophecies as inescapable doom. Rather than seeking to improve his situation, he embraced rebellion as a way to fulfill his perceived destiny of destruction. Liu Bang gained significant support from others who believed in his cause and destiny. Curze, by contrast, was alienated from his brothers and had few allies. His rebellion was driven more by despair than by belief in a better future. Liu Bang's rebellion ultimately led to the founding of a new dynasty and a period of stability in Chinese history. Curze's rebellion, conversely, directly contributed to the Horus Heresy by his participation at the Istvan V drop site massacre, resulting in the fragmentation of the Imperium and his own eventual downfall. Okay, so that's the end of the first legend that we're thinking about. On to the next one. Both Liu Bang and Konrad Curze were shaped by prophecy and a violent act that symbolized their break from the established order. However, while Liu Bang's story is one of seizing destiny to create a new future, Curze's narrative is a tragedy of isolation and self-fulfilling doom. This comparison highlights the importance of agency, support, and perspective in determining whether prophecy serves as a path to hope or despair. Okay, so prior to that event, if I understand the chronology in Chinese mythology about this, Liu Bang was responsible for escorting a group of penal laborers to a construction site for the first emperor's mausoleum at Mount Li. During the journey, some prisoners escaped. Under Qin law, allowing prisoners to escape was punishable by death. So, rather than face punishment, Liu freed the remaining prisoners and fled, ultimately leading them in rebellion against the Qin emperor. This seems worthy of comparison. Let's explore the similarities and differences between Liu Bang's freeing of the prisoners and Curze's attack on Dorne and subsequent actions. Okay, so Liu Bang was tasked with escorting a group of prisoners. During the journey, several escaped. Under Qin law, the penalty for losing prisoners was death, so Liu chose to free the remaining prisoners instead of continue the task. He fled with them, and he eventually became their leader, a rebel leader against the Qin dynasty. Liu's decision was thus an act of defiance against an unjust and oppressive system, and it was him seizing an opportunity for saving himself. Rather than submit to a punishment he felt was disproportionate and which gave him no other options, he chose to break entirely from the system. This decision marked a turning point, forcing Liu Bang into rebellion and setting the stage for his eventual rise to power. It shows us that Chinese law at the time forced this mythological figure onto the path that he chose. We can compare with Konrad Curze then. Like Liu Bang, Curze faced circumstances where compliance with authority seemed to lead only to punishment and doom. Curze's attack on Dorne, much like Liu's prisoners escaping, was a step towards a final break from the established order. After the attack, Curze felt that there was no path to redemption or reconciliation within the law of the Imperium, so he fled and rebelled, much like Liu freeing the remaining prisoners and becoming a rebel leader. When you give someone no options within the system, they try to break the system, or they escape the system. There's no additional marginal punishment for rebelling if you're already sentenced to death. They can only kill you once. Liu Bang acted against what he saw as an unjust legal system, which prioritized harsh punishment over understanding or reform. Curze, similarly, saw the Imperium's judgment as inevitable and unforgiving, particularly given his alienation from his brothers and the emperor. Both figures acted in defiance of systems that they viewed as oppressive and hopeless, though Curze's actions were rooted more in fatalism than in hope for a better future. Liu Bang rallied the freed prisoners and other disaffected individuals, forming the beginnings of a rebellion. Similarly, Curze led his Night Lords Legion, who shared his grim view of justice and survival through fear, into rebellion against the Imperium. Both leaders were outsiders commanding groups of societal outcasts, which shaped the nature of their rebellions. Liu's decision to free the remaining prisoners and lead them in rebellion was an act of desperation, but also one of courage, leading to his eventual success and ascension to being emperor. Curze's rebellion, on the other hand, was more destructive and self-destructive, ultimately fulfilling his fatalistic visions, notably the destruction of Nostramo. Both actions carried immense risk, but while Lu seized an opportunity for change, Curze embraced a doomed path. Liu Bang's rebellion was driven by a desire to escape unjust punishment and, later, to overthrow an oppressive regime. Curze's rebellion was rooted in despair, resentment, and a belief in the inevitable doom that he faced. Liu's path was opportunistic and pragmatic, while Curze's was fatalistic and nihilistic. Liu Bang's rebellion ultimately led to the founding of the Han dynasty, symbolizing renewal and hope. But Curze's rebellion contributed directly to the chaos of the Horus heresy, leading to destruction and his eventual death. Liu Bang was able to inspire loyalty and hope among his followers, creating a cohesive movement. Curze, in contrast, ruled through fear, and his legion became a reflection of his inner turmoil and brutality. The story of Liu Bang freeing the prisoners provides an interesting lens through which to view Konrad Curze's actions and eventual rebellion. Both figures rebelled against systems that they viewed as oppressive and unjust, but their motivations and outcomes differ significantly. Liu's story is one of survival and transformation into a leader of hope, while Curze's is a tragic descent into rebellion and despair. The comparison highlights the role of perspective and agency in shaping the paths of rebellion and their ultimate consequences. If I understand it right, Konrad Curze never noticed the parallel between his decision to rebel in the face of severe punishment and his own belief that severe punishment prevents rebellion among compliant worlds. Curze's approach to governance, if we can call it that, was rooted in the idea that fear and severe punishment created a deterrence, fact necessary to maintain compliance. His reign on Nostramo exemplified this, as he imposed a brutal justice system that eliminated crime through terror. He believed that fear was a more reliable tool for control than compassion or diplomacy or institutions, reflecting his deeply cynical worldview. But then, when faced with the potential consequences of his actions, when faced with the possible severe punishment from the emperor or his brothers, Curze immediately chose rebellion instead of submission. Or at the least, he fled judgment and eventually chose rebellion. This decision directly contradicts his own belief that harsh penalties prevent rebellion. This shows us a blind spot in Curze's reasoning. He failed to recognize that oppressive systems can breed resistance rather than quelling it. Curze never seemed to acknowledge the hypocrisy of his rebellion. If he had, it might have forced him to reconsider his belief that fear alone could ensure compliance. Instead, he viewed his actions as inevitable, driven by his fatalistic visions and belief in the emperor's betrayal. This lack of self-awareness highlights the limitations of his worldview and the extent to which he was trapped by his own philosophy. Curze's reliance on fear and punishment was shaped by his early experiences on Nostramo, where he came to believe that brutality was the only way to impose order in a lawless society. Ironically, when faced with a system of harsh judgment from the Imperium, he rejected it, suggesting that he could not live under the kind of rule that he imposed on others. What a tool. Thus, we can see that Konrad Curze was a flawed ideologue. His rebellion reveals contradictions in his philosophy. His belief in fear as a universal tool for control was not only ineffective in the case of being applied to him personally, but also in general failed to account for the complexities of human and transhuman nature. His actions demonstrate that the limitations of ruling through fear alone, and the dangers of a worldview rooted in cynicism and despair. Curze's inability to see the parallel between his rebellion and his own philosophy underscores how deeply he was shaped by his environment and by his fatalistic visions. He was both a victim and a perpetuator of the cycle of violence and fear. Konrad Curze's failure to recognize the contradiction between his own rebellion and his belief in fear and punishment to prevent other people's rebellions, tools of control. This is a poignant example of his tragic complexity. It highlights the dangers of rigid ideologies and the need for self-reflection, themes that resonate throughout his story. If Curze had been capable of seeing this parallel, it might have offered him a path to redemption, but his fatalism and inability to change ensured that he remained trapped in his own narrative. He could have chosen differently, and he did not. Yes, it was unlikely for him to have chosen differently, but the fact is we should still judge him based off of his choice. The Imperium faced several oppressive human regimes in the course of the Great Crusade. Indeed, overthrowing the regimes has been an important part of the identity of multiple different legions. The Imperial Fists overthrowing the tech-nobility of Irenaeus Prime prior to the Necrons attack and it being renamed Necromunda. The Death Guard killing the Order of the Galaspar cluster. The Iron Warriors destroying the Black Judges of the Meritarsa cluster. And, of course, Corvus Corax fighting against the jailers on Lycaeus. If the Night Lords had faced a similar enemy as an important foundational point of their self-mythology, they may have learned a different lesson about the relationship between harsh punishments and the strength of a government. And thus, the absence of a formative campaign against an oppressive human regime deprived the Night Lords of a vital opportunity to see an alternative approach to governance and justice. That is to say, if Konrad Curze had found a government that relied upon excessively harsh punishment, much like Nostromo, then, by overthrowing it, he may have seen the weakness of his own approach. Instead, the Night Lords' campaigns during the Great Crusade often involved enforcing compliance through fear and exemplary punishment on worlds that had already been brought into compliance by someone else and were considering rebellion, rather than campaigns of compliance dismantling established systems of oppression. If Curze had led a campaign against an oppressive human regime like the tech nobility or the Order or the Black Judges, it might have challenged his belief that fear and brutality were the only means of maintaining order. Other legions learned about governance by overthrowing tyrannical systems and rebuilding them, observing firsthand how oppressive systems eventually lead to instability, rebellion, and weakness against outside attack. The Night Lords, however, were more focused on subduing existing imperial populations rather than reforming new worlds. This reinforced Curze's cynicism as he primarily encountered worlds that he felt justified the use of fear to bring them into compliance. We can contrast this with the experiences of those other legions we mentioned. The overthrow of the tech-nobility of Iranius Prime by the Imperial Fists showcased the dangers of oligarchic systems prioritizing personal gain over societal well-being. Rogel Dorn's approach, emphasizing discipline and structure, was informed by witnessing the failings of this system. In the Galasbar cluster, the Death Guard overthrew the Order. The Death Guard's destruction of the Order demonstrated that blind adherence to dogma and oppressive hierarchy bred stagnation and weakness. Mortarian's hatred of tyranny shaped his view of resilience and liberation. The Black Judge's harsh, unyielding system mirrored aspects of Perturabo's own frustrations with rigid hierarchies. His destruction of the Black Judges was in some ways an attack against his own father figure on Olympia. Their destruction was a grim lesson about how inflexible systems can lead to widespread dissent. That is to say, the Black Judges raided a bunch of systems around them, and so all those systems around them hated them. So they had no allies to call upon when the Imperium ultimately attacked them. What the Night Lords could have learned, facing an oppressive human regime, might have shown Curze and the Night Lords that governance based on fear alone is inherently unstable. Oppression breeds resistance, and fear is ultimately a short-term solution to long-term societal problems. Campaigning against oppressive regimes to bring them into the imperial fold would have required not only dismantling them, but also constructing new, more just systems. This process might have introduced Curze to alternative philosophies of governance, emphasizing reform over retribution. A campaign like those faced by the Death Guard or the Imperial Fists could have provided the Night Lords with an opportunity to inspire hope and loyalty in liberated populations, counterbalancing their reliance on terror. And so we can see how the tasking of the Night Lords to ensure loyalty among already conquered populations bred weaknesses within his legion's philosophy, much like how the Iron Warriors having to do so much garrison duty made them brittle. Had the Night Lords been tasked with overthrowing a tyrannical regime, it might have provided a crucial counterpoint to Curze's Nostraman upbringing. It could have softened his belief in the inevitability of corruption. It could have demonstrated that governance rooted in justice and hope is not only possible, but sustainable. But without this formative experience, Curze and the Night Lords remained trapped in a cycle of violence and fear, unable to imagine a different way. This scenario shows us how much of Curze's tragedy lies in the opportunities he never had. Those opportunities might have shaped him into a very different leader and preserved his loyalty to the Imperium. Konrad Curze's emotional needs during his period of early interstellar leadership were deeply intertwined with his self-perception, his relationship with justice, and his isolation. He needed validation of his methods first and foremost. Curze's brutal enforcement of what he saw as justice was shaped by his early life on Nostromo. He needed validation that his extreme methods were necessary and effective, particularly from his father, the Emperor, but also from his peers. This would have reassured him that his actions served a higher purpose and that he would be forgiven for whatever transgressions he had earlier committed. Despite his dark persona, Curze craved connection with others who could understand or at least empathize with his perspective. His isolation made him an outsider among his brothers and disconnected him from the emperor's vision. Curze struggled with feelings of inadequacy and self-loathing, exacerbated by his prophetic visions of his own fall. He needed reassurance that he was more than a weapon or a tool of fear, and that he had a valued place within the Imperium. Curze's precognitive abilities made him feel like a prisoner of fate. He needed guidance from the Emperor, or another trusted figure, to help him understand his visions and how to use them constructively. And he really needed stability. The moral corruption and lawlessness of Nostromo shaped Curze's worldview and actions. He needed a stable, supportive environment that could model a different way of enforcing order, one based on justice rather than terror. Imagine Konrad Curze being apprenticed to Guilliman for several decades, instead of to Fulgrim for a few years. Curze also needed opportunities to prove himself. Curze sought opportunities to demonstrate that his harsh methods could achieve lasting order and peace. He needed campaigns or tasks where his approach could bring tangible results to justify his philosophy. When these various needs went unmet, Curze became increasingly isolated and nihilistic. His paranoia grew, as did his resentment towards the Imperium and his brothers. He spiraled towards his worst impulses. The lack of validation, the weight of his visions, all pushed him further into the role of self-fulfilling prophet of his own downfall. Okay, that's heavy. Now we're getting into some weird stuff. How might Konrad Curze have contributed to the Imperium's domestic administration and governance? He poses maybe the most challenging case, or second most by an Angron, when considering a Primarch's potential contributions in peacetime. His philosophy, methods, and psychological trauma made him ill-suited for the kind of stability and trust required for most such duties. However, within the framework of his unique perspective and abilities, there are potential limited contributions he might have made. It's tough to see if the Emperor had intended him to ever do anything in peacetime. Okay, the obvious one: crime prevention and internal security. Curze's obsessive focus on enforcing justice and preventing crime through fear could have made him an effective overseer of internal security. He was fantastically effective at rooting out corruption, and he could have instilled discipline that could have been directed towards keeping imperial territories free of rebellion, organized crime, and sedition. His unparalleled talent for instilling fear would have been a powerful deterrent against criminal behavior. His legion, the Night Lords, was highly skilled at infiltration, subterfuge, and terror tactics. He could have taught those same skills to a human organization, which could then be used to dismantle criminal organizations or insurgencies from within. This would be like an Arbites offshoot. His experiences growing up on Nostromo gave him a keen understanding of how to control the most lawless and rebellious populations. But there would be challenges to this, which would need a counterbalance. His methods, left to his own devices, were brutal and often excessive, leading to long-term resentment and instability. His inability to trust others or work within established structures would have caused friction with other imperial authorities. Curze could have been tasked with rehabilitating the most lawless, dangerous, anarchic worlds, both within the Imperium or encountered by the Great Crusade. bringing order to planets that other Primarchs might have deemed ungovernable and destroyed through exterminatus. Curze's personal example of surviving and rising above Nostramo's chaos could have been an inspiration, albeit a dark one, for other planets in similar situations. His willingness to do whatever was necessary, regardless of gut-level disgust at the actions, would have made him effective in taming particularly dangerous worlds. But there are challenges. His reliance on fear and violence would likely have created temporary compliance rather than long-term stability. He would need someone else to help with the long-term stability. The planets under his governance, if he were not helped, would have become dystopian police states, reflecting his own broken psyche rather than a vision of hope. Curze could have overseen penal systems, prisons. If Curze had been tasked with overseeing prison worlds and prison systems, where his grim understanding of punishment or deterrence could be put to the most focused use, perhaps he could have been actually helpful. His beliefs in justice and retribution would have aligned well with the concept of punishing wrongdoers. His leadership could have made prison colonies harsh but orderly, minimizing escapes, rebellion, riots. Obviously, there are challenges here. If left on his own, his harshness would have led to excessive cruelty, turning penal colonies into death camps rather than institutions of reform or containment. His lack of empathy would have made him blind to potential abuses or injustices within the system. Perhaps espionage and covert operations. Curze and the Night Lords, much like the Raven Guard, excelled in clandestine operations, and he might have been valuable in a leadership position within a covert branch of the Imperium, dedicated to intelligence and rooting out sedition. His methods were well suited to identifying and eliminating internal threats before they became open rebellions. His ability to inspire fear would have discouraged treachery among enemies of the Imperium. But there are challenges even in this opportunity for him. His paranoia and mistrust made it difficult for him to work with others, even with allies. His tendency to see betrayal everywhere could have led to the persecution of innocent individuals or groups. Curze's upbringing on Nostramo and his innate instability made him deeply unsuited for the kind of measured, constructive leadership required in governance. He relied on fear too much. His belief that fear was the only way to maintain order would have created resentment and rebellion over time. Curze's inability to trust others due to his paranoia and isolation would have hampered collaboration with other administrators, primarchs, or imperial officials. While effective at enforcing order, Curze lacked the effective ability to inspire or foster growth, leaving his domains stagnant and decaying. But all of these various problems are perhaps surmountable. If Konrad Curze had been paired with Corvus Corax, as an example, or perhaps even placed in a high leadership role but still subordinate to Corax, he might have done very well. because Korax would have reined in his worst impulses. Even then, Konrad Curze's contributions to the Imperium's domestic administration and governance would have been limited and highly specialized. His talents lay in enforcing order through fear, dealing with the most extreme cases of lawlessness or rebellion, and dismantling threats through covert means. If he were left on his own, his brutality, paranoia, and lack of empathy would have made his governance unsustainable and counterproductive. The Imperium could have benefited from his skills in highly specific roles in a circumscribed amount of authority, but his instability and the darkness within him would have prevented him from becoming a true pillar of post-Crusade governance. Looking through the Fisher King lens, we see a lot about the Imperium linked to Konrad Curze. This is the Primarch that made me include this idea in this project. What failings of the post-heresy Imperium can be linked thematically with his fall? Obviously, the Adeptus Arbites. The Adeptus Arbites are the imperial institution to link with the legacy of Konrad Curze. As the Imperium's enforcers of law and order, they embody both the ideals and failings that are thematically tied to Curze's philosophy and methods. The Arbites' role in maintaining imperial order through fear, strict adherence to the law, and suppression of rebellion echo Curze's own approach to governance. On Nostramo, Curze ruled through fear, creating an environment where crime nearly vanished due to the terror of inevitable retribution. The Arbites' authoritarian nature, with their harsh punishments and lack of mercy, have lived Curze's belief that fear and brutal justice were the only means to enforce compliance and prevent anarchy. They've put that into practice for 10,000 years after Curze's death. Now, though unacknowledged, Curze's methods certainly influenced the Arbites' evolution. His example of instilling order through fear resonated throughout the Imperium during the Great Crusade, the heresy, and the post-heresy, when the need for unyielding control was paramount. The Arbites' philosophy of punishment first, mercy never, mirrors Curze's outlook and suggests his shadow lingers in the Imperium's psyche. When the Arbites enforce imperial law, their excessive brutality alienates the populations that they oversee. We can see this throughout Necromunda, with all sorts of gangs constantly fighting the Arbites because they killed some gang member or other. This is just like how Curze's methods breed resentment and rebellion. This distorted echo of Curze's philosophy shows how his ideals of justice were twisted in his own life and then further twisted after his death into oppressive institutions which perpetuate fear without fostering unity or understanding. The post-heresy Imperium has a number of failures, institutional wounds which we can link thematically to Curze's fall. The Imperium's reliance on fear, its excessive authoritarianism, to try to maintain order across its vast territories, reflects Curze's belief that humanity can only be controlled through terror. This approach creates a brittle system where compliance is coerced, not willingly given, leading to unrest and rebellion when the enforcers falter. The Arbites' draconian enforcement of imperial law is emblematic of this failure. as their methods often crush the spirit of the populace rather than inspire loyalty. Just as Nostramo became a dark, corrupt world under Curze's rule, the Imperium's judicial systems have devolved into mechanisms of exploitation and cruelty. Arbitrary rulings, disproportionate punishments, and the prioritization of the powerful over the powerless are common failings in the Arbeit's administration. Curze's philosophy left no room for redemption. Those who strayed were punished, often lethally, without hope of forgiveness. The post-heresy Imperium mirrors this mindset, with its institutions offering no path to rehabilitation or improvement, only relentless punishment and oppression. The Imperium's reliance on fear for stability can be seen as, I believe the term is, a macrocosm of Curze's governance. While fear can maintain order in the short term, it erodes trust, loyalty, and hope, leaving the Imperium fragile and prone to collapse when that fear is challenged. Thus, the failings of both the Arbeits, the Officio Assassinorum, and the Inquisition. In the Fisher King narrative, the land reflects the health of its ruler, and wounds inflicted on the ruler spread to the land. In exactly this manner, the Arbeits reflect the emotional wounds of Curze. His inability to inspire loyalty, except through fear, is mirrored directly in the Arbeits' inability to govern without repression. His descent into nihilism and despair is reflected in the Imperium's grim, uncompromising judicial systems that offer no hope for the future. His obsessive focus on punishment and justice beyond all else leaves a legacy where mercy and understanding are weaknesses, perpetuating cycles of rebellion and retribution. None of this had to happen this way, but it did because Konrad Curze fell. That was the metaphorical link. And so the Adeptus Arbites for 10,000 years have embodied the strengths of Konrad Curze in maintaining order, but more importantly, his failings in fostering resentment and perpetuating fear. Their oppressive nature mirrors the dark path that Curze walked, and their inability to inspire hope or trust in the populace reflects the wounds of his flaws and his ultimate fall. Through the lens of the Fisher King, the Arbeits remind us that justice without compassion leads to a barren, lifeless society, perhaps stable, but always on the brink of rebellion. Okay, this is a tough one. What opportunities for friendship with other Primarchs may have been good options for Konrad Curze? Curze, with his haunting visions of doom and his reliance on fear and retribution, was perhaps the most isolated of the Primarchs. However, certain Primarchs may have been uniquely positioned to offer him opportunities for friendship, understanding, or even healing. These relationships would have required significant emotional labor and empathy, but could have helped Curze find some measure of connection and stability. The first obvious one, Sanguinius, with his own empathetic nature and his own burden of foreseeing tragedy, might have been able to relate to Curze on a profound level. Both of them shared the pain of knowing their futures, yet Sanguinius was an example of how to bear such a burden with grace and hope. He might have been able to guide Curze toward finding beauty and purpose despite his grim visions. Curze's nihilism and bitterness would have clashed with Sanguinius's optimism, making it difficult for Curze to fully trust or open up to him. Curze being willing to find a place of emotional vulnerability happened exactly once with Fulgrim. That would have been the time for any of these other Primarchs to be brought in. Vulcan's compassionate and nurturing nature could have perhaps made him an ideal friend for Curze. Vulcan's belief in the inherent worth of humanity and his patience might have provided Curze with a sense of stability and acceptance. Vulcan's unyielding moral compass and his aversion to unnecessary cruelty might have put him at odds with Curze's reliance on fear and retribution. Maybe Corax, as another Primarch who operated in the shadows and valued justice, Corax might have understood some of Curze's methods and motivations. Their shared experiences of being outsiders and their mutual focus on rooting out corruption could have created common ground. But Corax's focus on hope and freedom contrasted sharply with Curze's fatalism and authoritarianism, potentially creating friction between them. Okay, this one's a little weirder, but go with me. Ferrus Manus, his expediency, pragmatism, and understanding of the necessity of harsh measures in war could have aligned with Curze's darker philosophy. He might have respected Curze's willingness to do what others were not willing to. Ferrus's disdain for weakness and his lack of emotional subtlety would have made him ill-suited to provide the emotional support Curze needed. But perhaps having a friend who can do some things a friend needs is worth something. A less good option would be Magnus the Red. With his intellectual curiosity and deep understanding of the warp, maybe Magnus would have been able to explore the origins and nature of Curze's visions. He might have helped Curze frame his precognitive abilities as a gift rather than a curse. But this well was poisoned when they served together, and Curze had the Night Lords destroy a library of psychic knowledge. Magnus's arrogance and tendency to dismiss others' viewpoints would also not have helped. It might have exacerbated Curze's feelings of isolation and resentment. Lorgar is dangerous. Lorgar's deep introspection and philosophical nature might have made him a kindred spirit for Curze. They both grappled with questions of destiny, the morality of their actions, and with some precognitive visions. Lorgar's eventual case is that he embraced chaos, though. This case suggests that he would have pushed Curze towards the ruinous powers, maybe even faster than he did at Istvan V, rather than helping Curze to find a better path. Lorgar also had a tendency to romanticize suffering, which might have fed Curze's darker impulses, rather than alleviating them. Okay, I'm really reaching here. Dorn's rigid sense of duty and his ability to endure might have made him a stabilizing influence on Curze under different circumstances. While their methods were different, they both valued order and they sought to protect humanity in their own ways. Problems, there's a bunch of them. Dorn's black and white morality and intolerance for Curze's brutal methods would have likely led to conflict, like on Shroud, rather than camaraderie. We would need a lot of changes for this one to work. Okay, Jagatai Khan, maybe? His free-spirited nature and disdain for unnecessary brutality could have provided Curze with a new perspective on leadership and justice. He might have shown Curze how to temper his sense of duty and order with compassion. Khan's independent nature and tendency to avoid entanglements would have left Curze feeling abandoned or misunderstood, even if they briefly bonded. The big important themes for friendship we can see by looking at these options. Empathy and patience. Curze needed a friend who could empathize with his pain and show patience with him. Those Primarchs with those qualities would have been the most likely to forge a meaningful connection with him. Shared experiences. Those who could have found common ground with him, even though their differences might have limited deeper bonding, might have been able to bond with Curze over shared challenges and shared experiences. Konrad Curze's struggles with isolation, fatalism, and his methods of governance made friendship with his brothers a challenging prospect. However, Primarchs who combined empathy with strength might have offered him opportunities for connection and healing. These relationships, while difficult, might have given Curze a reason to hope and a path towards understanding himself and his role in the Imperium. What other matters could we discuss for Curze to better understand his emotional needs? Curze is one of the most complex Primarchs with profound, layered emotional needs. There's a bunch of stuff that we could talk about. The burden of foresight. Curze's prophetic visions, though an asset in certain situations, also deeply traumatized him. They tormented him daily. The emotional toll of knowing the future, inevitable tragedies and violence were crushing for him. How did he cope with his awareness of various terrible things in the future? The Emperor's death, the coming Horus heresy, his own death, the destruction of his planet, especially knowing how powerless he was to prevent it, or at least believing he was powerless. How did this constant foreknowledge deepen his despair and sense of futility? The relationship with his adopted father figure, the Emperor. His relationship with the Emperor was one of the most strained relationships. His feelings of being abandoned and misunderstood by the Emperor, particularly in the wake of the pacification of Nostromo, are key to understanding his emotional turmoil. How did his relationship to the Emperor conflict with his feelings of rejection and abandonment? Did he yearn for the Emperor's recognition, or did he fear that his visions were a rejection of his very essence by the Emperor? The trauma of Nostromo's collapse. Nostromo was a brutal, crime-ridden world, and Curze's efforts to impose order there through violence and terror left a deep emotional scar on him. How did the trauma of these experiences shape his emotional state, especially when it became apparent that his people were unwilling or incapable of changing and went right back to their old ways as soon as he left? Did this failure contribute to his feelings of isolation, resentment, and bitterness towards others? Curze's desire to save his people and his sense of justice were often at odds with his brutal methods of imposing order. How did his idealism and pragmatism conflict with each other? Did his intense sense of justice ever conflict with his internal moral compass, especially when he realized how much suffering his methods caused? How did this dissonance affect his emotional state, particularly when his own legion mirrored the violence that he had once sought to eradicate on Nostromo? Curze often seemed to be caught in an emotional bind between his rage at the universe and his longing for peace. His internal conflict between his sense of justice and the overwhelming violence he was compelled to use, points to a deeper unresolved need for emotional healing. Did he yearn for emotional peace, but feel incapable of attaining it due to his own destructive impulses and the environment he created on Nostromo? Or did he reject such emotional peace? More than any other Primarch, Curze seemed deeply self-critical, full of guilt and self-loathing. He seemed to believe that he was always doomed to fail and fall, unable to truly protect or heal the worlds he fought for. How did he deal with these feelings of guilt, especially as he viewed his own actions as both necessary and morally reprehensible? What role did his self-hatred play in his eventual descent into madness and alignment with Horus? Why did he fall to rebellion but not to chaos? While some Primarchs had close relationships with others, Curze was largely isolated. The lack of long-term mentorship or guidance from his brothers, the emperors, or anyone else certainly contributed to his emotional breakdown. But in which ways? How did his loneliness and inability to connect with his brothers affect his emotional needs? Did he ever look for someone to confide in or act as an emotional anchor for him, but found no one? Besides Fulgrim, the concept of suffering as a necessary evil might be taken a closer look at. Curze believed that suffering was the catalyst for growth and change. However, his personal experiences made it difficult for him to find peace with this belief, since his entire existence was one marked by pain, trauma, and emotional volatility. Did Curze genuinely believe in this philosophy, or did it represent an emotional defense mechanism to rationalize the pain he experienced and observed? Did he long for a way to escape suffering, or did he embrace it as part of his destiny? What can we do with the novel Crime and Punishment to understand him with this question? The emotional impact of Curze's fall to rebellion and his legion's fall to chaos, particularly after the events of the heresy, were significant. How did he reconcile the idealistic vision of his original purpose with his descent into madness and his legion's worship of chaos? Did he see his actions as necessary, or did he experience guilt and shame as he spiraled deeper into depravity? After the heresy, Curze's state of mind would have been even more fragile and fragmented. His overwhelming sense of guilt, grief, and anger at himself and his betrayal of the Emperor would have left him emotionally scarred. Had he survived, would he have sought redemption, or would he have felt it too late for that? How would he have reconciled his deep sense of failure with his actions and beliefs? Examining these topics might provide a deeper understanding of Curze's emotional needs, his struggles, and his complex psychological state. His journey from hope to despair, from heroism to villainy, presents an emotionally rich narrative that sheds light on the toll the universe's brutality took on him. If you would like to look deeper into any of these issues, please leave a comment and then make your own video.